think it's actually 6:30.
So I'm just waiting when I can start with the recording.
Okay, Mayor, all guests have been admitted and IT is ready to begin when you are.
Okay. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting of June 6, 2022. I am calling this meeting to order at 6:31. Please stand and join me with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision E, and the recommendation of the Ventura County Public Health Officer issued September 21st, 2021, parentheses, social distancing recommendation as determined by the City Council. May we take roll call at this point, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Present.
Mayor Rollins.
Here.
All members present for the record.
Thank you. Tonight's inspiration is going to be given by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Good evening, everyone. As many of you know, tomorrow is voting day, June 7th. This year, we've had actually a length of time established by our county clerk to begin voting earlier. We have voting centers open, drop-off ballots already issued and accepted at Dropbox locations. Unfortunately, I learned yesterday that about 15% of eligible voters have so far voted, and maybe it's confusing with the new mail-in system and the drop-off system that we have. But I would like to just encourage everybody to understand that voting really matters, and you still have time to get your ballot in. You can drop it off at City Hall or in your nearest voting location, or have it mailed and postmarked by June 7th. And I just wanted to share a quote by our former President, Barack Obama. My favorite quote from his is, "Don't boo, vote." But this one is a little different. He says, "There's no such thing as a vote that doesn't matter. It all matters." So please encourage your friends and relatives and family members to please get out and vote. Thank you.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, I have my two to put it in the box at City Hall.
Good for you, Mayor.
So we will now hear any general public comments pertaining to items not on the agenda, including those written comments received by the city clerk. Any members of the public attending remotely who would like to speak, please use the raise hand feature so we may call on you. Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this time?
There are a few public comments, and this is for general public comment. We have Joan Tharp, who would like to give comment.
Okay, so I see all the raised hands, so I will just recognize there's 4 on the docket here. First would be Joan Tharp. Joan Tharp, it's your time to speak.
Hello, Mayor Rollins, City Council members, and staff. I am commenting on the June 5th, 2022 article in the Ventura County Star titled Dogs on Wainimi Beach, City Council is to consider lifting ban on pups by Brian J. Varela. As a Wainimi resident and dog owner, I would love to walk my dogs on Wainimi Beach, and as a volunteer with the Ventura Audubon Society Shorebird Recovery Program, it would be great to have a nearby beach to send dogs and their owners to. I do have several concerns about the proposal to change the current ordinance. Dogs are banned on Ormond Beach.
I'm sorry, Joan. I think there's an agenda item on this subject tonight. I'm not sure whether perhaps City Attorney, you can tell me whether or not Joan should be speaking now or at the actual agenda item tonight on that.
It's up, Mayor Rollins, it's up to Ms. Tharp. This item is within the subject matter of the city, so this could be a general public comment, but if Ms. Tharp would prefer to wait until the agenda item, she would be free to make a comment then as well.
Okay, so Joan, I just wanted to let you know that before you continued on. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Well, and if I could reclaim my whatever's left of my 3 minutes, I do want to comment that there are several other people that will be commenting on the same topic. We did not see it on the agenda, and so we did not understand that it was actually an agenda item. But I would be happy to just continue if that's okay.
No, yeah, and you have extra time. I just didn't want to interrupt you, and I knew it was going to be on the agenda later on today.
Okay. Can you tell me what number that is? Because we just didn't see it clearly stated.
Ms. Tharp, this is Spalding. The agenda item is number 23, Municipal Ordinance Prohibiting Animals on Wainimi Beach.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we totally missed that. Okay, so I will continue if I may. Okay, so dogs are banned on Ormond Beach, which is adjacent to Wainimi Beach, largely because of the presence of 2 endangered and threatened bird species. The western snowy plover, listed as threatened, is the one that gets the most attention, but the California least tern is endangered and their numbers are on the decline. Both species are ground nesting birds whose chicks cannot fly for 3 to 4 weeks. This makes them especially susceptible to death due to disturbance by dogs. As a volunteer with Ventura Audubon Society's Shorebird Recovery Program, I have a great deal of interaction with dog owners that enter Ormond Beach via Wainimi Beach. Many of these people are interested to hear about our recovery program, are compliant, and turn back to Wainimi. However, many just ignore us and continue on to Ormond Beach. The volunteers have no ability to enforce Oxnard's ordinance. My concern about allowing dogs on Wainimi Beach is that there will be a greater number of local and visiting dogs on the beach. If there is no containment or enforcement to keep dogs on leash and within an allowed area, it is likely that more dogs and their owners will end up on Ormond and will disturb shorebird populations. Many, while not threatened or endangered, are facing serious population declines. Ventura Audubon Society is potentially supportive of changing dog restrictions at Wainimi Beach. We would love to have an alternative beach close to Ormond to send dogs and their owners to recreate. But we need assurances that dogs from Wainimi will not end up on Ormond Beach. We recognize that an increase in dogs on Wainimi Beach could result in an increase in dogs on Ormond Beach. Support would be contingent upon a commitment to the following requirements from the City of Port Wainimi: a clear and sustainable dog boundary enforcement plan, a dog leash requirement, dogs are permitted only on the north side of the pier of Wainimi Beach Park, an ongoing plan for community education on Port Wainimi Beach and Ormond Beach boundaries, ongoing plan for community education on the impacts of dogs on birds, wildlife, and habitat, and an ongoing collaboration and partnership with Ventura Audubon's Shorebird Recovery Program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joan. We will next hear from Cynthia Hartley.
Hi, yeah, so I was also going to comment on the dog issue. Since it's on the agenda, which we didn't realize, I'm going to wait until that comes up at the appropriate time.
Okay. Alicia Smith.
I'm going to second what Cynthia just said. Thank you.
Okay. And finally, Kristen.
Hi, good evening, members of the council. My name is Kristen Kessler. I'm speaking to you tonight as a dog owner and a member of the Ventura Audubon Society. I completely understand the reason why people want to take their dogs to the beach, but I am concerned that some dog owners may not pay attention to signs. I don't live in Port Hueneme, but I take my dog to Surfers and All Beach in Ventura, and I have seen many instances where owners just let their dog go into those areas where the shorebirds are nesting, and I think it's really a concern. Dogs are an extremely important part of many people's lives, but dogs are not endangered. Shorebirds are. So I would ask that you please keep this in mind as you consider making Hueneme a dog-friendly beach. Thank you so much.
So I don't see any other people on the docket to speak. Are there any written comments, Madam City Clerk?
We do have one written comment, which I will read at this time. Hello, City Council and staff. My name is Jacob Marquez. I am excited to say that the reed removal permit will hopefully be granted sometime during this summer. This will be a great help for this long-standing issue, although it has been pushed back a bit in order to put into further consideration the rare and unique pond turtles found in the lower portions of Bubbly Springs Creek. I believe in our city staff to go ahead at a quick pace and get the job done in due time. Go Public Works. Speaking of bubbling springs, there are a few spots around the Little League field and baseball fields in general where weeds come up quite frequently. I think it would be a good idea to consider covering the spots with some mulch or having city weed removal to extend to these areas. Our city's new drought-tolerant native garden to the left and right entrances of City Hall is growing very well. We are also working on signage, hopefully in English and Spanish, to add so that others can learn more about why they should take out the old lawn and put in a new garden for a better future. Lastly, I'd like to let everyone know that Growing Works Nursery in nearby Camarillo is going to have a plant sale for the public. They have great prices and their work is for the great cause of mental health and wellness. Thank you, Jacob Marquez. And that was the only written comment.
Okay. So at this time, we will move on to the agenda approval. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilperson Perez and a second by whom?
I'll second it. Hernandez.
Second by Councilperson Hernandez. May we have a vote?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Passed unanimously.
Okay. Now we will recess our regular meeting and move to the Housing Authority meeting. It is now 6:44. And at this time, Madam Clerk, will you please take roll?
Member Brown,
Here.
Member Gama,
Here.
Member Hernandez,
Here.
Member Perez,
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Present.
Chair Rollins.
Here.
All members present.
Okay. May I have a motion and a second to approve the Housing Authority agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilperson Perez and a second by Councilperson Hernandez. May we take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes. Shouldn't we be addressed by director though? Or we're no longer council people, right?
my apologies.
Okay.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Hernandez,
Yes.
Member Gama,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
Chair Rollins.
Yes.
And yes for me too.
My apologies. Member Brown,
Yes.
Okay. Everyone's accounted for. We will now hear any general public comments pertaining to items not on the Housing Authority agenda, including those written comments received by the city clerk. Any members of the public attending remotely who would like to speak, please use the raised hand feature so that we may call on you. Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
I do not see anyone present attending remotely who would like to speak, and I have not received any written comments as well.
Okay, so at this time, we will move into number 1 on the agenda, the window update given by Mrs. Busua.
Gabby, you're on mute.
Gabby, are you here?
I apologize for that. I just saw that.
Director Vista.
Good evening, members of the board. It's nice to see you all through Zoom. I'm just going to give you a really quick update on the progress on the windows at Mar Vista. As you know, there was a contract that was approved for the installation of the windows in the 5-story building located at 157 East Scott Street. The project is moving along. I am happy to report that 2 weeks ago, we met with the contractor to do a meeting to look at dates for starting this project. We did have a few setbacks. One of the setbacks was that we had to look at the manufacturer for the windows because the manufacturer that we had originally picked, the windows were not in stock. So we had to change vendors at that time, but it's looking more like we are going to be starting this project in July. Another thing that we are going to have to do is we are going to have to move some of the residents out of their units for a day as the windows get installed. That is a project that my staff is going to undertake within the next few weeks. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to ask the residents if there is somewhere they can go. Can they go with family for a day? If the answer is no, we are prepared to put them up in hotels for the day. We are, so that is just a quick update that I have in regards to the windows. We are having another meeting this week with the contractor, and more information will be forthcoming in the next few weeks. So I'm available to answer any questions at this time, should you have any.
I just had one quick one. When they install the windows, are they going to do it all in one day, or are they going to kind of do it piecemeal?
So we're going to be starting on the 5th floor. We're going to be doing 2 to 3 units at a time. It will be a 2-day turnaround. So we will go ahead and take the windows. The first day, we will take the windows out. The windows will be installed, but they will not have any insulation in them. They will come back the second day, finish that unit, and then move on. So we are looking in the beginning 2 to 3 units at a time, starting in the 5th floor.
Okay. Any other questions from our council? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Rollins. So how long is this going to take? Because just a reminder for everybody, this has been a 3-year in the making project, almost 4. So how much additional time are we anticipating?
We are anticipating starting in July and being done with the project by the end of August.
Councilperson Hernandez. I'm sorry, Councilperson Gama, do you have any other questions?
So we'll be assured that this will be done before winter time is what
yes.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
I get the impression it's going to be done by July, right?
No, we are starting the project in July with an anticipation end date of August.
Okay. Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Thank you, Ms. Busua, for your presentation and your report. Just wondering if the supply issue is due to supply chain interruptions. Do you know why they weren't able to get the windows that you wanted? What was the reason behind that?
Yes, it was the supply. We were expecting to get the windows sometime in November or December of this year, which was just not an acceptable time frame for us. So we had to take a step back and look at different manufacturers.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the update. Looking positively towards those windows going in. I'm sure the residents are also. Okay, so now I'm going to read the item on the consent agenda, and that is to receive and file the finance cash disbursements for December 14th, 2021 through May 31st, 2022. May I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Perez and a second by Councilman Hernandez. May we take a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Question, Mayor. Did we
Yes.
reconvene the regular meeting?
No.
No, we're still in the housing. There's going to be
Oh,
one other.
Okay, sorry.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Hernandez,
Yes.
Member Gama,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
Chair Rollins,
Yes.
passed unanimously.
Okay.
Yes, for me too.
My apologies.
Well,
Member
so-
Brown,
They're forgetting you, Johnny. They shouldn't be doing that.
They always
make-
forget. They always forget us.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to a public hearing for the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority 2022-2023 Annual Plan and Updated Program. The hearing is now open. The time is 6:52. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law? Do we have a complete file of the reports and exhibits?
yes, we do.
Will staff now please present the report? Ms. Mazua.
Thank you, Chair Rollins. The item before you today is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority of the City of Port Hueneme, asking for the approval of fiscal year 2022 annual plan. The annual plan is a plan that is mandated by HUD every year. It basically tells us what the business of the Housing Authority is scheduled to do. Most importantly, it is the way that we receive our capital grant fund, which we do expect this year to be about $177,000. This year, the only major, which is really isn't a major change to the plan, is that the Section 8 program will be allocating 3 vouchers for homeless preference. So for the first time, we are considering a homeless preference in order to work with the city's HLO. If we have a homeless individual that is in our city that meets all the requirements and passes a background through HUD, then we would have 3 vouchers available in order to put them at the top of the list and with the possibility to get them housing. That is probably the only major change within the annual plan. Other than that, there is no other change that we're going to be doing this year. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, are there any public comments regarding this item, Madam Clerk?
I did not receive any public comments for this item.
Okay, now I see that we have some council questions to staff. Councilperson Gama.
I just want to thank you, Gabby. Appreciate the information. I wanted to just call your attention to that Christy Bucks Kemper is still listed on the last page.
I did see that today, and if we can note that with the clerk of the board, we will make sure that that gets changed.
It's already been changed.
Thank you.
Councilperson Hernandez.
Yes. Thank you again, Ms. Basua, for your report. I'm really happy to hear that we're addressing our homeless population through the voucher program. Can you tell me how the voucher program would work? What is the value of the voucher program, and how long would that program support housing for those individuals who qualify?
Yes, so the voucher program is obviously a federal subsidy program that pays rent on behalf of the participant. The participant pays 30% of their adjusted gross rent towards rent. The housing authority would pay the rest. So for example, a resident that only makes $100 a month, their rent would be $30. With today's market, let's say a one bedroom is $2,000. That means that the resident himself would pay $30. The housing authority would pay $1,970 for that individual to reside in that one bedroom unit. Again, this is just a hypothetical. It is being suggested that the housing authority only allocate 3 vouchers, meaning if those 3 vouchers are no longer available, we wouldn't be able to house any other homeless individual with that homeless preference. But the way that that would work is the housing authority, if approved, would start as of tomorrow with a wait list for homeless individuals. We would process on a first come, first served basis. The individual would have to meet the criteria of the housing authority. The main thing is the criminal background. So we are looking at individuals that have somewhat of a clean record. If they're on probation or parole, they would not be able to come onto our program. If they are sexual offenders, anything that would cause a red flag, because we do run a background check through the Department of Justice. Anything that comes back that might say that the individual might be a threat to the community, we will not be issuing vouchers to that individual.
Okay, and how long does one voucher last? How?
For a lifetime.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Councilperson Gama.
Yes. What about substance abuse? My concern with this is that we may introduce people with substance abuse issues into the population at Mar Vista. So are they backgrounding on that as well? And are there, for anybody who may be struggling, is there mental health assistance, guidance, intervention to help reduce that risk to the other? So I'm just wondering, because a lot of times if this voucher program is successful, we may be bringing people in that need mental health services, and I want to make sure that we're able to identify and direct and move them if that is in fact part of the program. I don't know, so just a little concern that that we may be introducing problems into the residents of Mar Vista.
Thank you for your question, Member Gama. Let me reassure you that this program is not for Mar Vista. It is for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The Mar Vista Apartment is a public housing program where the assistance is with the unit, not so much with the resident. The Housing Choice Voucher Program allows an individual to go out and look for a suitable place to live, whether it's in our jurisdiction or in our neighboring cities. And we would be assisting them in a home that does not belong to the housing authority. But in regards to the substance abuse and other mental issues that might occur, we have been working with the city's HLO in order to address that. We have been successful, at least in housing one person at Mar Vista currently that did go on the wait list. They were homeless and they are now living there, and we do find it very rewarding to be working with the city's HLO. If we have not had any issues, and this is one of the few success stories that I'm really, really proud of that we're able to do for our community. But let me assure you, we do have the resources available through mental health and contacts available. If we should need them, we will utilize them.
Councilperson Perez.
Yes, I just want to follow up on that. So I have the opposite feeling that the majority of our homeless people either A, have a mental health condition or a drug addiction or a drug addiction as a result of a mental health issue. And I would hate to see that that would necessarily keep them from being able to get off the streets. So I'm glad to hear that there are resources that you're connecting with to be able to get more people off the streets, even if they are suffering from a condition. I would hate to have us reject people just for that alone, because they still need housing and support.
I can assure the board that my office is going to be working really closely with the individuals that we house, because it's not only a benefit to the housing authority that they become successful in their new environment, but we are also very aware that we are putting individuals that might have some health issues, mental issues into our community. So we are very much aware of that, and we do have the resources in order to assist.
Ms. Fiscal, I had a question. So the people who are identified as homeless, they will be put to the top of the list, or at least the 3 vouchers worth?
Correct. We will be starting a new wait list just for homeless preference. We would have to verify that they're homeless, either through social programs or through our HLO, or we do have other ways of conducting and assuring that they are homeless. And we will only be doing 3 vouchers as of right now.
So currently, without this voucher program, how many people are on the waiting list to get into housing anyway?
We currently have a wait list of about 500 to 600 individuals currently on the Section 8 wait list. And the wait time currently is about a 7-year wait list.
So in essence, the people who are homeless will jump to the top.
Yes, but only 3 vouchers.
Only 3 vouchers.
Yes.
And the other question, I know you mentioned a couple of different things that would draw a red flag. Is it, if they have misdemeanors, do they draw a red flag, or is it strictly felonies that would draw a red flag?
Any individual that is currently on probation or parole will not be allowed into the program. So if there is a misdemeanor and the person is on probation, they will not be allowed onto the program.
Okay. Councilperson Perez.
Thank you. Gabby, Director Basua.
Yes.
Is there anything coming out of the state financially or otherwise that would help alleviate the issue with the backlog of housing aid waiting lists, and any money to come in to help with resources that you need to assist?
So we do have staff looking into the possibility of what we know as VASH vouchers, which is for veterans, homeless veterans in particular. So the Housing Authority will be looking for funding within those programs. And again, that is a partnership with the VA hospital that we would have to partner up, but it only targets veterans.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So at this time, we have a recommendation that the Board of Commissioners adopt a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Port Hueneme, California, approving fiscal year 2022 annual plan. May I have a motion and a second? Councilman Gallman, you're on mute, Councilman Gallman.
I'm trying to understand the program. So are private owners participating, and is that how you get the inventory for Section 8 housing?
That is correct, Member Gama. So we have privately owned owners that participate in the Section 8 program.
And they would make their house, now they have to make their property available to whoever HUD and your staff selects to whoever is at the top of the list. They have to accept that they can't.
So there is there is a new law that says that a landlord cannot deny a tenant residency because they are a Section 8 participant. If they meet the qualifications to rent the unit besides income. So it still really is up to the landlord to decide whether or not they will accept our program. They can decide that the person just doesn't have enough credit. They can make a decision that they want 3 times the rental amount in order to have the person move in. The landlord is still very much in the driver's seat when it comes to this, and it is really up to them to decide whether or not they want to participate in the Section 8 program.
And the property owner is responsible for maintenance and all that as well?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me go over the recommendation again, that the Board of Commissioners adopt a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Port Hueneme, California, approving fiscal year 2022 annual plan. May I have a motion and a second?
I'd like to move approval.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilperson Hernandez,
Director Hernandez.
Director
Member
Hernandez, and a second by Director Perez. May we have a roll call vote?
Member Hernandez,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Gama,
Not forgotten, Johnny. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
Yes.
and Chair Rollins.
Yes. Okay, we will now move on to number 4 on the business item, the appointment of the resident commissioners. Ms. Basua.
Thank you. This is the final item for tonight. For the Board of Commissioners, this is a recommendation that you reappoint Johnny Brown and appoint a new commissioner to this board. I do see hopefully the new soon-to-be commissioner, Mr. Robert Blackwell, that is joining us here in Zoom tonight. The Housing Authority sent out solicited forms to all our public housing units, including the Willowbrook complex, to get a list of qualified residents that might want to serve on this board. We did receive only 3 interest forms back. The Housing Authority conducted interviews on March 21st. All 3 candidates very well qualified, but unfortunately, we only do have 2 seats. So at this time, staff is recommending that Johnny Brown be assigned to this board for a 2-year term, along with Mr. Robert Blackwell, who resides at Mar Vista. And I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, seeing no questions, the recommendation is that the Board of Commissioners reappoint Johnny Brown as a resident board commissioner, along with the newly appointed resident commissioner, Robert Blackwell. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
There's a motion by Member Perez. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Member Hernandez. May we have a roll call vote?
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Hernandez,
Yes.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Gama,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
Chair Rollins.
Yes.
All in favor.
Okay, at this time, authority members, are there any reports, comments, or requests for future agenda items?
I have a comment.
Yeah, yes, Johnny.
Okay, I just want to say thank you to the Housing Authority for putting me back in, keeping me another term. And I want to thank Gabby for texting me the meeting ID number and the passcode number, because otherwise I wouldn't know how to get in. So thank you, Gabby. And that's it. Thank you.
Well,
Very welcome.
we're glad to see that you're staying on with us. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
I was just showing a like,
Okay. It appears that Councilperson Gama, I see a white hand raised here. Is that you? Okay, somehow you have a white hand stuck up. Okay, so at this point, we will adjourn the meeting. It's 7:10 p.m. The Port Hueneme Housing Authority will adjourn the meeting to the next regular meeting on July 5th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. We will now reconvene the City Council regular meeting. And number 5 on the agenda, the oath of office by our brand new city clerk, Mr. Peretz.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public, city staff. We do have a new city clerk as of today, and I wanted to introduce her to the City Council and the public, as many of you will be dealing with her for a variety of different purposes over the coming days, weeks, and months. Georgiana Alvarez comes to us from the city of Covina. She had approximately 7 years of experience working in the city clerk's office there. She has her certified municipal clerk designation, and she's currently working on getting her master municipal clerk designation. She's excited. She has family in the area. She shared with me that she really likes the weather and the quality of life up here in Ventura County. She's looking to relocate her family in the near future, and we are thrilled to have her on board. So with that brief introduction, I would ask Georgiana, if you could turn your camera on, thank you. And if you could raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Georgiana Alvarez.
I, Georgiana Alvarez.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
And that I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, and I know I speak for us all. We are thrilled to have you join the Port Hueneme team.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here.
Thank you and welcome.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. In my brief meeting with you, I can tell you have a positive attitude. This is a tough crowd to work with, but I know you'll do really well.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
Okay.
welcome to our city, and I really enjoyed meeting you today, and just look forward to working with you, and hopefully you becoming a part of our community as well, your 2 boys.
Okay, we will now move on to city employee recognition. I feel a little bit bad on this because part of the a reason for having this is that for the city council to see faces of the people who have given a lot of service to our city over the years. But at this point in time, I will give this over to Mr. Peretz.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll give a very brief overview. As a reminder, on May 2nd, we started this new practice of recognizing employees at council meetings so that both the council members and members of the public can hear about the long tenure that many of our valued employees have had with the city. So we did that on May 2nd, and we're here again on June 6th. As a reminder, this hasn't been done in some time. So in addition to recognizing those individuals with 5-year increments of service, 15, 20, 25, and so on, we're also having a catch up. So you may hear folks that have 18 years of service or 23 years of service, but because this hasn't been done in some time, we didn't want those individuals to be left out. So we have approximately a dozen employees, some of which are online with us, participating virtually. And I was going to ask department by department that we have the department head or supervisor representing the department do a brief introduction of the employees to be recognized. And I wanted to start with the police department and Commander Albertson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, members of the public. So tonight I'm going to be recognizing 3 employees. Baltazar Tapia, who has 23 years of service. Lynette Adams, who has 21 years of service. And Rocky Lopez Jr., who has 19 years of service. So I'll go ahead and start with Baltazar Tapia. Senior Officer Baltazar Tapia was hired with the City of Port Hueneme as a parking enforcement officer on June 10th, 1998. On December 28th, 1998, he was hired as a police officer trainee, and upon graduating the police academy, he was promoted to police officer on June 25th, 1999. Baltazar has worked several assignments in the department, including detective, special problems unit detective, canine handler, and narcotics detective assigned to the West County street team, which is a countywide narcotics task force. Baltazar was promoted to senior officer on February 21st, 2011. He is currently assigned to the Investigative Services Division as the acting detective sergeant. When asked what he likes best about working for the City of Port Hueneme, Baltazar answered the community and how they care and embrace their police department. His opinion is that without the community, the department would not be in the place that it is currently. Baltazar's favorite work moment thus far was having the opportunity to work with his canine partner, Agent, during an amazing time when the department had 5 canine teams. Baltazar and his family are thankful to the City of Port Hueneme for the opportunity to serve and protect its citizens and for believing in him at such an early age when he was hired as a police officer at 20 years old. And I don't believe Baltazar is on the meeting, but please join me in congratulating him for his 23 years of service. Next employee is Police Communications Officer Lynette Adams. She was hired by the City of Port Hueneme on June 12th, 2000. On August 18th, 2003, she was reclassified to the position of Police Records Technician. And on July 23rd, 2012, she was promoted to Senior Police Records Technician. On August 17th, 2017, Lynette decided she'd like to be a communications officer better, so she transferred back to Police Communications Officer, and she is currently assigned as a dispatcher for B shift, also known as weekday day shift. When asked what she likes best about working for the City of Port Hueneme, Lynette answered that the best part of working for the City of Port Hueneme is the family atmosphere and camaraderie working for a small agency and city. This has allowed her to build friendships with other city personnel outside of the police department. Lynette's favorite work moment thus far was when her son Brandon became a police explorer for the police department. This opportunity allows Lynette and Brandon to share their love of working in law enforcement and giving back to the community. So please join me in congratulating Lynette Adams for 21 years of service with the City of Port Hueneme. Next is Senior Police Officer Rocky Lopez Jr. He was hired by the City of Port Hueneme as a reserve police officer on May 21st, 2003, and promoted to police officer on December 8th, 2003. He has worked several assignments in the department, including canine handler and special problems unit detective. On August 20th, 2015, Rocky was promoted to senior police officer. In 2019, Rocky was assigned to an entire 6-month patrol deployment as an acting sergeant. He is currently assigned to patrol as a senior officer and field training officer for D shift, also known as weekday nights. When asked what he likes best about working for the City of Port Hueneme, Rocky answered that he enjoys the small city environment where he has had the opportunity to develop relationships with other employees as well as with citizens. Rocky's favorite work moment thus far was an incident that occurred when he was working the Special Problems Unit. He and his partner were conducting a crime suppression foot patrol in a problem area during the early morning hours. They came upon a group of subjects hanging out in an alley who were not aware of the officer's presence. Rocky and his partner approached the group in a stealthy manner so as not to alert them to their presence. While doing so, Rocky's partner passed gas, which echoed in the alley. The group immediately turned towards the officers, saw them approaching, and proceeded to run, while Rocky and his partner gave chase. Please join me in congratulating Senior Police Officer Rocky Lopez Jr. for 19 years of service with the City of Port Hueneme.
All sorts of details.
Thanks, Commander. We have 3 employees in Public Works that we wanted to recognize next. I know Don, as well as 2 other senior managers in the department are available.
Good evening, City Council. Yes, I'll be recognizing the first employee, Mr. George Martinez. George is a 20-year city employee. He was hired in June of 2002 as a laborer, and he was promoted to Streets Maintenance Worker 1. Then he transferred to, in 2021 to Utility Operator Trainee in the Water Division. George is a 54-year resident of Port Hueneme. And when asked, what do you like best about working for the city of Port Hueneme? George said it's close to home and community. And when asked, what is your favorite moment thus far in your career with the city? It's when he transferred to the Water Division. And he just wanted to say he enjoys giving back to the community and has enjoyed his time as a resident in Port Hueneme. And now at this time, Mr. Charles Cable will be recognizing 2 other employees.
Good evening, City Council, staff, and the general public, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Today, we're recognizing Landscape Maintenance Worker 1, Antonio Almanza. He served with the Public Works for 33 years. He started April 19th, 1989 as a ground maintenance aide, and he worked part-time for a year. And then he was hired as a ground maintenance trainee on April 19th, 1989. He was then promoted to Ground Maintenance 1 in 1990. He was retitled to a Landscape Worker 1 in the year 2000. When asked about what he likes best about working for the city of Port Hueneme, is he enjoys working with his team and enjoys working for Public Works. His favorite work moment thus far in his career with the city is being out in the field with his team. He was Employee of the Year for Public Works in 2019, and we depend on Antonio. We're very lucky to have him work for the city of Port Hueneme because he has extensive knowledge in traffic control, median maintenance, and general landscape maintenance. The second employee we'll be recognizing in Public Works is our Street Maintenance Worker Lead. His name is Juan Diaz. He served at the city for 24 years. He was hired in 1998. He was hired as a Street Maintenance Worker 2 on March 3rd, 1998, promoted to a Street Maintenance Worker 3 in 1999, and then it was retitled to a Street Maintenance Worker Lead in the year 2000. When asked what he likes best about working for the city of Port Hueneme, he stated it was working with his friends and his coworkers. They weren't just employees, but friends. His favorite work moment thus far in his career with the city is accomplishing his work. And recently he mentioned he enjoyed installing the speed cushions at Bulker Park because he got a lot of praise from the residents. Also, when asked if he'd like to say anything to address the city council, he wanted to thank them for supporting the street worker team and getting them the materials and equipment that he has now. He's happy that he's able to use this equipment and complete his tasks with his team. Thank you. Next, we'll have Fred Camarillo present.
I didn't have anybody that was on the list for me this time.
I apologize, Fred. That's it for Public Works. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Public Works. Next up, we have a number of long-term lifeguards that we wanted to recognize out of the Recreation and Community Services Division. And we have Jason Johnson, who will be doing some of the recognitions, and then Anna Hanley, that's going to deal with one special recognition at the end.
Good evening. I have 3 that I'd like to recognize. I'm going to go ahead and start off with the first one. The longest serving lifeguard currently employed, Chris Moody, has been lifeguarding for 31 seasons. He's starting his 32nd this year. The date of hire was 5/17 of 1990. So far in his tenure here with the city, he's occupied the positions of ocean lifeguard, junior lifeguard instructor, junior lifeguard coordinator, and assistant head lifeguard. Had an opportunity to spend some time discussing his career here in the last couple of weeks and asked him what he likes the best about his time here. And he stated that the relationships he built over the years have been the most significant to him. And he feels as I do that most of the lifeguards we work with over those years kind of feel like a second family. I did discuss, asked him what his favorite moments or favorite memories of the last 32 seasons have been. And he said his favorite moments were working with his sons, Drake and Dean, on the beach, who also lifeguard for the city currently. And next, I'm going to recognize Travis Root. Travis Root has been working for the city for 22 seasons, starting his 23rd summer season. He was hired on 5/13 of 1999. So far in his tenure at the city, he's held the positions of ocean lifeguard, junior lifeguard instructor, and junior lifeguard coordinator. When I asked what his favorite memory, what he likes best about the city of Port Hueneme, and his response was the people he works with and the people who've been running the program over the last 2 decades. And there's been quite a lot of them. So I can't go into name by name, but it's definitely been a significant number of people who've dedicated many years to making the program we have what it is. And in terms of his favorite moment thus far in his career, he expressed his enjoyment every year, coming back opening day, Memorial Day weekend, which we just enjoyed, as the season begins, and seeing all the old lifeguards and friends that have served for many years for the city. Finally, I'd like to recognize Dave Gleissberg for he's also starting his 23rd year and has completed 22 seasons as a ocean lifeguard for the city of Port Hueneme. He was hired on 5/20 of 1999, and thus far in his tenure, he's held the positions of ocean lifeguard, junior lifeguard instructor, and junior lifeguard coordinator, which he currently holds. And when asked about what he enjoys the best about the last 22 seasons, he talked about the friendships and relationships made over the last 23 seasons. And when it comes to his favorite moment in his career so far, he talked about the junior lifeguards and watching them progress from very little ability to actually going through the junior lifeguard program and then becoming co-workers down the road. And we've seen in the 22 years quite a number of people go through our program and then end up as co-workers. And that concludes my recognition.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. Tonight, we also have the opportunity to recognize Jason Johnson for his landmark milestone of 23 years of service with our organization. Hired on May 13th, 1999, Jason worked for 21 seasons as an ocean lifeguard and a junior lifeguard instructor before being hired on full-time as the city's first recreation and ocean safety supervisor in 2020. Jason is instrumental in carrying the torch for what has become a continuous evolution of our dynamic lifeguard program. His staff has grown exponentially and is established regionally as the premier program to work for. The caliber of staff hired each year is a testament directly to Jason's investment and absolute dedication to creating a culture of advancement. When asked what he likes best about working for the city of Port Hueneme, Jason stated that he grew up in Port Hueneme, progressed through the ocean and junior lifeguard programs, and now works full-time in the recreation division with a heavy focus on ocean safety. It has come full circle for him, with the most rewarding part being the last 2 years and that of taking on a leadership role in facilitating training of the next generation of ocean lifeguards. Watching the bonds that develop amongst staff as they gain confidence in the ocean and overcome hazardous conditions presented by waves, rocks, and rip currents to save lives. This is a really special process for Jason to be a part of. He's especially enjoyed watching his two girls, Olivia and Emma, participate in the junior lifeguard program, learning about the ocean, it's being safe, and also being able to go to the Channel Islands and junior lifeguard competition field trips together over the past 4 years. Please help me in congratulating Jason on 23 years of exceptional service.
Thank you, Anna. We have 2 more employees to recognize for the next recognition of individuals in community development, and I'd like to ask Tony Stewart to head up that recognition.
Great, thank you, Charles. This is to recognize Yvonne Nava, our Community Development Programs Manager. However, due to other commitments this evening, she couldn't join us. However, Yvonne was hired back on May 5th, 1997, which is another good reason to celebrate Cinco de Mayo as far as I'm concerned, as a customer service utility clerk. On August 30th, 1999, she became a public works service assistant, and on January 24th, 2000, Yvonne transferred to the Community Development Department as a Community Development Technician and has never looked back. She was promoted to Community Development Specialist on October 23rd, 2006, and was promoted to her current position, again as a Programs Manager for Community Development on August 8th, 2017. In her current position, Yvonne wears many hats. She coordinates the Building and Safety Division. She supervises the Community Development Technician, and she also supervises the Code Compliance Division. Yvonne also acts as my right-hand person, as I like to say it, helping respond to planning inquiries. And due to her vast knowledge of the city's operations, she often answers inquiries just in general about city operations, whether it be public works or finance or whatnot. Yvonne also fills in at the front counter when staff is on break or out of the office. She assists with parking enforcement activities, and she's a member of the city's review committee for cannabis business applications, plus many, many other duties as assigned. Additionally, as many of you well know, Yvonne seems to know every member of the city staff, whether this be in finance, the police department, maintenance, etc. Yvonne has also been instrumental in helping coordinate city-sponsored events such as the Santa Claus float, decorating City Hall for holidays, etc. So please help me congratulate Yvonne on her 25 years of devoted service to the city of Port Hueneme.
Thanks, Tony. For the final recognition of this meeting, I'm going to ask the city manager to introduce and speak about one of our valued executive employees.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Honorable City Council. I have the precarious responsibility of recognizing and celebrating and praising somebody that is hostile to all those things at a personal level. Like all great leaders I've served with, she prefers to delegate that praise towards her team. If Ms. Basua, who served 19 years, could turn her video on for us, I'll continue my uncomfortable praise on her behalf. There we go. Dating back to 19 years ago, in 2003, this young lady inspired all who observed her through the nature and method of work at this city. Starting from mastering her job, performing at an unbelievably high level, demanding more responsibilities, becoming promoted, and then repeating that process through not 1, not 2, but 5 levels within her division, from customer service assistant to housing specialist, to housing programs coordinator, to housing manager, and now director of housing and facilities. She's performed at an extremely high level. She is unbelievably imperative in advice and counsel to not only me as a city manager, but her peers, her subordinates, residents, and city council, sharing, the wisdom and corporate knowledge of those experiences, all while raising a wonderful, loving family of overachievers, and also running and becoming elected as Oxnard City Council. She is a treasure then, she is a treasure now, and she'll be a treasure in the future. Please join me making Ms. Basua as uncomfortable as possible and sharing my praise.
Thank you, Mr. Connors.
Thank you, Gabby.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, I'll just wrap this item up by noting, as I did last time, that this concept is the brainchild of our talent committee, one of 5 different staff committees that's working on ways to implement the strategic plan and enhance and improve the city. And this one specifically is geared at looking at ways to improve talent-related processes and improve employee morale and ways to support employees. So this is a really important element of that. And I really commend the talent committee on their efforts. And I know a number of those individuals are on our Zoom call tonight. So I want to acknowledge those folks and also even those that aren't able to make it tonight, everyone who's able to participate. So I did see Commander Albertson, who is the co-chair of the committee, Blanca Smith, Jason Johnson, Jenny Salazar, and our new HR manager who started a full week ago, Nick Jones, is online. He's going to be slotted in and taking over one of the spots on the talent committee. So I just thank them for their contributions and the hard work. And we are working on planning a staff-centric recognition event at the community center in July and hope to continue acknowledging and rewarding the good work that the employees are doing.
Well, at this point in time, Councilperson Gama, you had your hand raised?
Yes, did I hear correctly, Charles? Did our HR manager start working for us?
Yes, sir. It began last week.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if we were going to get introduced or.
Sure, he's online. I can do that. Nick, I saw that you were on. I'm going to turn your camera on if you're still there. Ah, there he is. Okay. So Nick Jones, as I indicated, started last week. He comes to us with multiple stops as HR managers at multiple places in the private sector. He also had a brief stint with the County of Santa Barbara as an HR manager. Nick has had experience in all of the different facets of human resources. We're extremely excited to have him come on board. He is fitting right in. We have our other full-time employee on vacation this week, so we're really testing his mettle and putting him to the test in week number 2. Nick, if you wanted to say hello and introduce yourself, feel free to say hello to the mayor, city council, and members of the public. Nick, it doesn't look like you're muted, but we can't hear you.
He's shy. While we're waiting for him to come on, I have some comments from Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. I just wanted to thank the talent team for their work in making the recognition program happen. And it's just been wonderful as a city council to hear back from employees, not only their long terms of service, but why they like working for Port Hueneme. And I think it's really important for us as a council to hear that and to hear how we can better help them perform their duties. And I always believe that it's important to give our employees the tools that they need to do their job. So it's very refreshing to hear back that they actually do appreciate doing the work, and as long as they have the tools to get them done. So we'll continue doing that, and you guys all keep up the good work. Congratulations to all of you.
Councilperson Perez.
I also want to thank the talent team, and I think that's a great idea, the team creations that's been done. I think employee recognition is well deserved, and I want to congratulate everyone for their longevity, and I appreciate the dedication that everyone puts to their job and continues to desire to be part of this organization. It's a testament to us and our city and their love for the community, and I hope we can continue it. Thank you. And
yeah, I would just want to make a comment. I was trying to do a quick calculation and I lost track of it. There's literally hundreds of years of service by all of these people combined. And one thing that's touched me is the longevity of a lot of the people, and also the opportunity that the city has provided them to utilize their skills and their talents and move up the ladder. And that there's a number of examples for that. And I feel really good about that. We have certificates to all of you that were recognized tonight that have been signed by the city council, and we'll be presenting them probably later on this week. So again, thank you for a great job. Councilperson Gama.
Just want to echo what everyone said, and I'm super proud of our lifeguard program and our police department, our public works, our streets. How do you know you're in our city? The street gets good. I think we have great people in great places, and their longevity speaks for itself. Thank you all.
Okay. So we will now move on to the Nami presentation by Roberto Griego, the Executive Director.
Good evening, Mayor Rollins and members of the Port Hueneme City Council. First tonight, I'd like to introduce two of the Board of Directors that are with me. First is the President, Patty Pape. She will be speaking first, and then one of our board members, Maya Zumaya, and then I will follow up after them. So, Patty.
Thank you, Roberta. I would just like to give a very heartfelt thank you to the City of Port Hueneme for hosting our recent NAMI walks and giving us the opportunity to be a part of your community for this walk. It was so gratifying to see probably 500 people come into Port Hueneme to raise funds and bring awareness to NAMI and our mental health initiatives and our core programs that we offer. So it's amazing to be a part of the City of Port Hueneme, and we just appreciate all of your support in our recent NAMI walk.
Maya.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to echo what Patty said, and not only that, for being a catalyst to all the other cities to support us this year and last year. And also to thank the City of Port Hueneme and the police department for not only hosting us for the walk, but also having events to help us fundraise. And you guys really helped us, to have support for all of the other teams. And it's just been a tremendous blessing because so many people have reached out to receive help and support. And it's because of the awareness that we are raising in your city and in the county. So thank you so much. And we can't wait for next year.
Thank you. Well, like Patty and Maya said, and the rest of our board of directors, on behalf of the board and myself and the staff of NAMI Ventura County, we can't say enough of a big thank you to all of you. This is my 8th year of not only being a NAMI walk manager, and I think I've told quite a few of you out there that this was one of the best cities that I've had the support and help and assistance on getting everything that was needed to put on a NAMI walk. I don't think until you can be something in a big activity to know it's no small task. And I would like tonight to thank the individuals, and please excuse me if I've forgotten any of you, but it goes first with you, Mayor Rollins, and Mayor Pro Tem Bobby Martinez, council members Steve Gama, Laura Hernandez, and Misty Perez. I also want to thank Misty as well, as it was one of hers and Maya's innovative ideas to come up with the First Responders Initiative. And last year, I have to honestly say, and I did kind of peruse who was on the call this evening, and I think Chief Salinas is listening via his phone. And I have to honestly say that you need to also realize that last year at our 2021 walk, Chief Salinas was the top fundraiser for our Nami walk, raising $10,490. And then not only that, you in your city, Port Hueneme, raised $12,545. So I think for all of us, we need to give you a round of applause for certainly being great partners and things with us last year. And we really appreciate the commitment coming with you again this year. We hadn't had a walk in 3 years. And so to come out and then have all of you work with us, and I will continue on from your staff of your city manager, Britt Connors, to the police chief, Andrew Salinas, director of community development, Tony Stewart, principal engineer, Charles Cable, and Mr. Villanueva, program manager, Jennifer Ariolo, and then your community center, Veronica Montalongo, and recreation supervisor, Jason Johnson, and your recreation department, Charles Perez. And finally, your police explorer program in Henry and Frank Montalongo. So I want to say, really, with all of that, members of staff helping an organization put on a wonderful walk that day. Like Patty said earlier, 500 people were out there. And we honestly have to say, for coming out in person, we really were pleased to see that. And everyone that I heard comments from not only said, what a beautiful beach line you have, and enjoyed walking out to the lighthouse and back. But honestly, again, Nami can't thank you enough. Thank you all again for being very helpful and supportive, especially to me, to make that walk a successful walk. And we still do have until July 30th to go and make our goal. Right now we're at 92,530. We have a goal of 117,000 this year. But honestly, it's people like all of you in a community, pardon me, that certainly have to be thanked and congratulated, because I think the awareness alone from a lot of the people that live along Surfrider or Surfside Drive certainly saw and wondered what was out there. And we had a lot of people walk over that day. And so maybe it was their first time of even being involved with NAMI. So again, 2023 is coming around the corner very quickly, and we look forward to seeing if we can actually be where you could be our co-host again next year. So I want to thank you for giving us the time.
Thank you. We have some comments from our council. Councilperson Perez.
Mr. Gama was before me.
Councilperson Gama.
I just want to make the pitch that we become uniquely connected with NAMI from here on into the future. I think the beach atmosphere is great for everybody's mental health, and I think that we could make NAMI in Ventura County uniquely Hueneme, and I would just love to see you every year as an event that we could grow and make more effective and more positive and reach more people. And I just hope we could do that. So thank you for coming to our city. It's great.
Thank
all
you.
of you.
Councilperson Perez.
Yes, I will echo the sentiment, and I know January is coming soon, so I'm looking forward to getting started early and getting everyone involved and making bigger and better and more people and more teams and however we can grow and whatever we can do. I'd love to see it back here at Wainimi, and for any future dates, absolutely. And everyone needs to get involved. Gama, where was that fundraising? Just kidding. So yes, so thank you to Maya and Patty and Roberta. And I'm glad that I've stumbled upon this organization and was able to connect it with everyone in my community. And that was by sheer accident, divine intervention. I don't know how I ran into Maya, but it was not planned. So I'm grateful that I did. So now here's to greater awareness in our communities, support, recognition, and fundraising for Nami so we can continue to support your programs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to kind of like reinforce what we said. This has been truly a community effort from staff, from the community buying into it and participating, all ages. And I think it's so important to bring this issue up and make people aware. I know, like, just by having this walk, people are asking questions and learning, and that's what it's all about when you have these events. Is not so much the event, but what the fact that people learn about the need for, you know, mental health counseling. And so again, great program, and I'm sure we will be continuing this on in the future.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments from anybody? Okay, well, now we will move on to the Pride. I'm sorry, Councilperson Hernandez, did you want to say something?
I was just clapping for Roberta.
Okay, I didn't know if it was a raised hand or what. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we will thank you again, and we will now move to number 8, and that is the Pride Proclamation. I am honored to give this proclamation tonight for the LGBTQ month. It was first started in 1994 by Rodney Wilson. He was a Missouri history high school teacher. The goal of this program has been to establish this month to encourage role models, to build community, and to represent the civil rights of everybody, and then to celebrate the celebration of the LGBT community and what they have given to society. Tomorrow at 8:30 a.m., the city will be raising the flag, the LGBTQ flag, and as a kickoff to this month. I will now read the proclamation. The proclamation honoring lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Pride Month is June 2022. Whereas the uprising at the Stonewall Inn in June 1969 sparked a liberation movement and trailblazed a fight against discrimination and injustice, sparking a pursuit for full equality for LGBTQ and individuals, and whereas inspired to live up to the nation's promise of equality, liberty, and justice for all, Pride Month is a continued call to action, not only to recall the trials that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer have endured, but to rejoice in the triumphs and recognize the valuable contributions of these courageous individuals. And whereas Pride Month is a reminder to reaffirm our commitment to standing in solidarity with the LGBTQ+ community in their ongoing struggles against discrimination and injustice, and demand their rights to marriage, equality, workplace protection, and civil rights. And whereas in our obligation to decry hate crimes motivated by sexual orientation or gender identity, bullying and harassment, and reduce violence and discrimination by providing protection for the LGBTQ+ individuals' fundamental rights. And whereas the historic progress has been made to deliver equality for the LGBTQ+ individuals and families in employment, healthcare, housing, lending, military service, and education, we recognize that there is still much work to be done and are fully committed to supporting and defending the rights of all LGBTQ plus individuals. And whereas we recognize the resilience and determination of many individuals who are fighting to live freely and authentically, in doing so, they are opening hearts and minds and laying the foundation for a more just and equitable America. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the Port Hueneme hereby recognizes and honors June 2022 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month, and call upon the community to celebrate the great diversity of American people and wave their flags of pride high. So with that, do we have some, we have a comment from Councilperson Perez. No, okay, I see a raised hand there. So again, for everybody, at 8:30 tomorrow, we will be raising the flag at City Hall. Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. I just wanted to say thank you to staff for making the flag ceremony tomorrow possible and for recognizing our LGBTQ community. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be there tomorrow. I've got a meeting, a conflict. I've got an 8:30 meeting that I'm chairing. So I will be there in spirit, but thank you again to staff and to our city manager for following through and getting the flag and making the flag raising happening tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Gama.
Yeah, I just wanted to reach across the border and thank Mayor Zaragoza from Oxnard because he's the one that kind of got this flag thing going. And I think he was the first one to raise the flag, and then the county, and then our city followed suit. And I think it's a really great thing that Mayor Zaragoza started. Thank you.
Okay. So at that, we will move on to agenda item 9, drought watering update by Mr. Villafano.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Rollins, Mayor Pro Tem. If I could share the screen, I get to share the screen privilege. I've got a little PowerPoint presentation I wanted to present.
All clear, Don. You should have that permission.
Okay. Good evening. This is the drought update, and all right. On March 28th, 2022, Governor Gavin Newsom issued Executive Order number N7-22, requiring all water providers to implement a level 2 of their water shortage contingency plan. In response to the Governor's executive order, on April 18th, I brought before the City Council a resolution declaring a level 2 water supply shortage pursuant to ordinance number 698, implementing a number of additional water conservation measures. Guidelines for the city residents, property owners, and property managers were sent out in the May billing in both English and Spanish. City landscape crews were instructed to implement restricted watering schedules, watering only on Wednesday and Saturday, mirroring the guidelines for residents. Message boards with drought-related messages were placed on southbound Ventura Road and westbound Bard Road. Table tents were created for distribution to local restaurants. A public notice is on the front page of the city website linked to water restriction guidelines. These are the notices that went out to the customers in the May water bills, one in Spanish and one in English. This is part of our outreach On the left, you can see one of the message boards. It says, help save water, reduce the flow, fix leaks. On the right is a table tent that we've had a number of these printed out, and we're distributing them to restaurants, reminding customers that water upon request only, and also to raise awareness of the public to the drought. This is a screenshot of the city website, and there's a link on the front page directing residents to the city water conservation measures. Now, what are other local agencies doing? Port Hueneme, we're at a level 2, and we water twice a week, Wednesday and Saturday before 9 and after 5 p.m. The Channel Islands Beach District, they're at a level 2, and they're only watering once a week. City of Oxnard is at a level 2, once a week, even addresses on Saturday and odd on Sunday. Simi Valley takes all state water, and they're at a level 4, once a week, even addresses, Saturday and odd on Sunday. Ventura, they did not raise the drought level, and they have not implemented anything. They still water. Ventura County is at a level 3, once a week, again, even addresses on Saturday, odd on Sunday. Cayugas is at a level 3 and recommended to retailers once a week. United Water has given no recommendations. Las Virgenes is at a level 3 with once a week. Metropolitan Water District is at a level 3 and recommended once a week. And the Carpinteria Water District is at a level 2 and 3 days a week. The city water demand. In calendar year 2021, the demand by the city customers was 791,492 cubic feet, or 592 million gallons, or 1,817 acre foot. In calendar year 2022, our goal is to reduce usage by 15%, which would be a reduction of 88.8 million gallons, or 272 acre feet. This would result in a total calendar year usage of 1,544 acre feet. That is our goal for this year. Are there any questions?
Councilperson Gama.
Yes, I was wondering, in order to meet that goal, are we shutting off areas of the city to keep other areas watered, or for example, at the corner of Market Street and Surfside Drive, it appears that the water has been completely turned off. The palm trees are drying up, and I did some research, and those particular palm trees are not drought resistant, although the other palm trees down the beach are. Are we, and didn't the governor go to water once a week? And being that we're primarily a beach community, and particularly sandy, very porous soil, are we going to be able to keep trees and vegetation alive through this? And do we have flexibility? Because it seems to me that if we're successful in reaching the goal, we may have a bunch of dead trees in our city, and the cost to restore that and take care of it could be high. So sorry for the long-winded question.
We're at a level 2, and level 2 is twice a week. We've been asked to reduce 15%. Now, with respect to the trees, if you have a drip irrigation system, you're exempt, as long as and that's in the ordinance, at 2 gallons per minute maximum. And Mr. Charles Cable, principal engineer, he handles landscape, so I'm going to be turning it over to him to answer some of the rest of that question about looking at the health of the trees and alternate options for the trees. So Charles, you want to take the.
Okay, well, Principal Engineer, it's a good question, Councilmember Gama. We're depending on the irrigation Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Mr. Cable, could you speak louder? Somehow it's not coming in real well.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
So. Give it your best shot.
How about now?
Yeah, better.
Okay. So we irrigate all the city properties Wednesdays and Saturday evenings. No areas have been excluded. If an area is excluded, it's because there's irrigation line breaks. With respect to the city trees, we are going to be assessing all the trees. We're holding recruitments for an arborist. We're going to be assessing them for the drought and what type of watering situation we're going to be doing. For trees that are not irrigated, we hand water them. Usually the newly planted trees are hand watered because they require more water. So we have a pull truck and we have an employee that goes around and waters those trees. Again, we don't have an arborist on staff, but as soon as we get one on staff, we're going to have them evaluate all the trees for water use. To my knowledge, we can hand water the trees and it's not prohibited. The other thing we have to take into account is that starting January 2025, turf in parkways and medians will no longer be allowed. So we won't be able to irrigate turf in medians. Hueneme Bay has been converted to a drip irrigation system. We did that this past summer just to save the trees there. But we are not irrigating the turf. I hope that answers your question. Did you have another follow-up?
I'm wondering what's going on at the corner of Market and Surfside. The grass looks dead, and the fancy palm trees are starting to dry up.
There are multiple irrigation breaks there, so we have staff working on fixing that area. It's been off for about a month and a half. Our irrigation specialist, we had 2 landscape employees leave our division in the last 30 days, and our irrigation specialist left, so we had to do a surge of training just to get people up to date on irrigation operations.
Okay. Councilperson Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Villafana or Director Villafana. I have a question about Ventura. Why have they not went to a level 2? And is there any penalties for not going with the governor's orders is my first question.
Well, they take no state water, and I cannot speak for the Public Works Director or City Manager for the City of Ventura. Certainly the municipalities, in my opinion, should be setting the example. And yes, there are penalties, but I just don't know what their rationale is.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, will we be implementing any penalties for those residents that don't adhere to the requirements?
There's a series of steps laid out in the ordinance, and I'm working with the city attorney so that we can implement those. The first one, the most important thing is education. And, this has got to be a team effort. All the residents have to realize that we all have to pull together and conserve water. So, I'm focusing on outreach and education, and we're starting with warnings, but there are a series of steps that can be taken. I have taken the step to order water reducing devices, which the Las Virgenes Water District has put into irrigation meters for repeated violators. So I'm gearing up, getting the equipment necessary so that if we have to take more serious action against abusers of water usage, we'll be ready to do that. And again, as I said, Mr. Spalding and I are working together to follow the ordinance as far as timelines for the penalties.
Thank you. And my final question is, what about homeowners associations? Have notices or has contact been made to those organizations? For instance, I don't know that mine is adhering to the rule because my grass is always wet. The sprinklers all coming on regularly. And I wanted to find out of how do we get notice to them? They're probably not even in the area. So what should we do to let them know that they need to adhere to the drought rules?
They were sent a mailer also. So I'm going to be sending out, I've created a email list of all the HOAs. And in the coming days, I'm going to be sending out a reminder to all the HOAs to please adhere to the water restrictions. Again, you know, I'm looking for voluntary cooperation. We're doing courtesy notices right now, but we will, if there's repeated violations, take the next steps as necessary.
Thank you.
Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Thank you, Mayor Rollins, and thank you, Mr. Villafana and Mr. Cable for your report and information. I had a question about the schools in Navy-based Ventura County. Do you know what their water usage is going to be like, and does that count are they held to the same reduction standards as the city?
The school district would, but the Navy is exempt, and they do not have to adhere to the reduction.
Okay. My other question is, do we have any plans? I noticed that the grass at City Hall is starting to look yellowed, and I'm wondering if we have any plans to remove the turf and install drought-resistant landscaping around City Hall.
Right at this time, we do not. However, you know, that again, we're looking for an update in our plant palette, and that is something that community development takes the lead on. They'll be working with Mr. Cable when that is developed, and we will look at it long term.
Okay. And I just heard an interesting piece of information regarding, Mr. Connors, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say was with regard to the City Hall, there is a project in the 5-year CIP plan that allows for the council to approve a future project, which includes hardscape and xeriscaping with a native and drought tolerant plant palette in mind. So that is a potential project that we can do in the future if council elects to do so.
Terrific. Thank you. The other piece of information I heard that was really very interesting, in the city of Pasadena, they have their own water restriction program, pretty similar to what we're doing, but they're directing people to hand water versus using their sprinkler systems, because hand watering, it can be more targeted toward those areas that need watering in your yards. Have you heard anything like that, similar to what we're doing with our trees? Using hand watering instead of
our ordinance allows for hand watering, so they can hand water. Yes, that is definitely targeting rather than using sprinklers. There's no prohibition on the hand watering. That is, you know, an effective use of the water.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the report. I just had just some questions. If the city residents can only do it on particular times 2 days a week, does that put any kind of pressure on the watering system with everybody kind of rushing to do it during one period of time?
No, we have the capacity to handle that, our water system.
Okay. And then the other question, are they going to, assuming that somebody doesn't have an automatic watering system, is there any kind of ability to change days as long as they keep to the 2 days a week?
If they hand water.
Okay. And then I guess finally, I know that the city had some kind of a fund for home improvement. Would changing their landscaping to xeriscape, would that qualify for? I know there was a home improvement money set aside. I think it may be under a different department than Public Works. I think Tony, you may be aware of it, but would this qualify for that if people wanted to convert their, say, their front yards from turf to some form of xeriscaping?
Sure, this is Tony. Yeah, it's part of our rebate program. So a percentage of that could be potentially refunded through our home rehab program.
Okay. And okay, well, thank you very much.
Mayor Rollins, may I follow up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So I've noticed a couple times later in the evening where water is being wasted, city water, city mediums or city parks. How do you want us to, who do we call and how do we report that?
Well, first of all, we did change, I directed our city staff to mirror the restrictions that we put, and all the automatic watering was changed to Wednesday and Saturday. I was made aware by your picture of the area that where you had some water that was going on the sidewalk. Those sprinkler heads will be capped before Wednesday. You can call Mr. Charles Cable, email him or call his cell and report areas that where you see that. He oversees landscape. And of course, you can always email me as a backup.
I would just like to suggest that we come up with some sacrificial areas. For example, down at the beach, if you're still watering twice a week at the beach and the grass is turning brown, then that tells me it's, sandy soil, the water just goes straight through it. So maybe we could save water that way by sacrificing certain areas that don't hold it well, and focus on our trees, or it's just an idea. I just think we're in for a long, hot summer.
Well, we have shut off the irrigation to where we have the ice plant already down by the beach. That was one of the first things I directed the landscape staff to do, because that's a succulent and needs minimal water. So I'll have Mr. Cable look at other options.
I also recommend that, thank you, Councilmember Gana, that people use the Go Wainimi app. You can put anything in there; it'll go to the right person. But that's a really quick way to provide a picture, a geolocation, and accelerate the response to fixing it.
Yeah, could there possibly be an icon for water waster or something? Because it's not. I used it a lot, and I know it's difficult to, graffiti, it comes up when you type the word graffiti. I don't know what would come up if you type the word water, but to report a water wasting area, it might be difficult to find the right area to report it through.
That's a great suggestion, Councilmember Gama. We'll work on that immediately. I think there's probably a pretty quick fix for that.
So, thank you for the report, however depressing it is. And we will now move on to number 10, the COVID-19 update by Mr. Madelon.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and staff. As you may or may not know, the numbers for COVID have risen pretty sharply here over the last couple of weeks, and projected to probably do the same as we move into the summer and through 4th of July weekend and such, when families are gathering. I'm going to share my screen here, and we'll kind of go over the numbers. And as always, feel free to ask me any questions at the end of the presentation. Okay, so the last time I spoke with you was actually back in March, but I pulled the numbers from February as a representation of those. And as you can see on the left, where we were in February and where we are currently today. I'm not going to go line by line with you. However, there's a couple of important things to point out. We are still currently in a much better situation today than we were back in February. However, the cases, especially locally, not just in Port Hueneme specifically, but within the City Hall and the areas in the surrounding center that affect our personnel, we've seen a sharp spike in COVID. So part of this presentation is to understand where the numbers are, and part of it is to update you as to kind of some mitigation factors we are currently doing in the city to help mitigate that. And the second part of this is really important for you to understand is now that there's a large selection of home rapid tests and whatnot, the numbers from the county may not represent the total number because we have a lot of opportunity for people to take rapid tests now and actually not report the findings to the county. So in all essence, the likelihood of positive cases is actually higher than what you're going to be seeing. So as we kind of just go through the numbers here, what's important, at least for our current world, is in Port Hueneme, there's been just under 5,300 cases in the city. And of those, there's been 41 deaths. And currently there are 24 active cases that the county is aware of. If you kind of contrast that with where we were in February, there was 224. So a significant increase in the past. We are down, but the concern is that we have a pretty strong variant that's shifting between people. So we got to learn to mitigate that. So moving over to the next graph, as you are well aware, I'd like to show you kind of in a graphical representation where we were and where we are. You see the number at the bottom, current hospitalizations at 43. And that is up in red. So hospitalizations are on the rise just a little bit. However, the 7-day average is at 29. If you recall, about a month ago or just thereover, those were single digit numbers. So we've went from single digits now almost at 30. So it's definitely showing over the county as well that the rate is going up. But the silver lining to this whole thing is it appears as if even though the case rates may be going up, that ICU and hospitalizations with a small increase as of right now don't seem to be matching that, which is always the concern that we're going to have more sick people than we can take care of. And as you can see on this graph here, I mean, we were at 108 back in February and we're at 29.2 now, 9.7 to 14.1. So we're looking pretty good. But again, we want to just pay special recognition and attention to the fact that the variant is still out there. We have transitioned from BA2 to now there's strands of 4 and 5 that have been discovered. But as they're looking at it from the scientific perspective, it appears that the significance of illness or the severity of illness isn't what it was back when COVID originally hit. So of course, the vaccine dashboard for you, these actually, the county has changed again, the metric on how they are reported. But what's interesting to note is on the bottom right where the red box is around it. So that represents the total amount of the available population that's been vaccinated, not just those who are over 5 years old, but everybody who's completely possible. We're at about 73. But if you look at those that are eligible that aren't under that, we're at 84. So the county's doing really well on the vaccines. But again, specific to Port Hueneme, as you'll see on the next couple of slides, we aren't doing as well as the rest of the county. And that's something to make a note of here in a second. And as you can see, there it is. We really, we're not too far behind, but if you put all the cities in a line as you see in front of you, we are at 63%, almost 64 of the population vaccinated in our numbers compared to those in Thousand Oaks and others aren't even close. So we have some room to grow, and hopefully those who are unvaccinated will continue to research and decide to make that decision for themselves. And I understand later in this evening, you'll have the opportunity for discussion about AB 361 and remote meetings. These are definitely some points to take into consideration that Port Hueneme has the least vaccinated city in the county, and on top of which a spike affecting the citizens here, and especially those who are in our workforce. So some interesting things to consider at least. As you're well aware, there's no current mask mandate with the exception of the healthcare setting. Some mitigations that we've taken within City Hall and our administration is to make sure that everybody does mask for the last 2 weeks. And we're gonna continue to look at the numbers and see how that strategy is working out. I know this has affected several departments, but I'm not aware of any that have impacted any actual services to the community. Our police department is strong and fully staffed, as well as public works and others. So this is really just to really mitigate that opportunity for the spread and to remain diligent about staying healthy. So we do have this mask mandate in effect with our personnel. But again, there isn't one other than in a healthcare setting outside of Wyoming. And with that, I'll take any questions. A little shorter presentation than normal, but as we know, the variant is still spreading. We're still going to be dealing with this well into the summer and into fall. And I will come back to you with another presentation as numbers continue to change, and I can bring you updates as necessary. So with that, I'll take any questions that you have.
Councilperson Gama.
It appears that the county has taken a very low profile currently. And I was wondering if there's any reason for it. Because I mean, going back a year ago, you know, the county was high profile, weekly meetings. I mean, there's a lot of information coming out, and it just seems. And then the other point I'd like to make is I see a lot of good news in what you just presented. And yes, we have a little bit of a spike here, but testing positive for COVID isn't being sick with COVID. And I think I'm hearing that this variant is very mild. And so less people are requiring medical intervention, especially hospitalization. Is that?
I can speak to 2 points. The first one, I would say that if you are infected with COVID, you are sick with COVID. I don't think that there's a distinction between having it and being okay and having it not being okay. The severity of that illness is obviously going to be individualized per that patient. And to make any sort of conclusions globally about that, I think the research is out and it shows that yes, it's less severe to illness. However, if you're the person who is susceptible to it, then you are obviously going to have some issues. So I think we should be cautious when we say, well, you know, it's out there, and if we get it, we're not going to really get that sick, because we really just don't know. We don't know how it's going to affect you and your family. So that would be the first point. And to the point of the county, I can't speak on behalf of the county, but what I do know is when the numbers do spike and there's opportunity for improvement, they do put out information as to where and how those can be mitigated, just as I'm doing in front of you at council. So again, numbers going up, yes. Severity of illness doesn't seem to be alarming. Our hospitals aren't overrun with COVID patients. Our ICUs are available. There is care and treatment available. I just don't want to diminish the idea that if you have COVID, everything's okay.
I'm just trying to understand. Numerous people who I've come in contact with who have tested positive and stayed home have told me very mild symptoms to no symptoms. And I was just trying to make that distinction. You know, I was in Costco today, and I think one of 40 people was wearing a mask. It was very busy, very crowded. And so anyways, thank you.
Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins, and thank you, Mr. Matlawn, for your presentation. Always well done. I have a concern about the 64% figure of those in our city who are vaccinated and what we can do. I'm wondering if there's something that we can do to create a campaign, a media campaign of some sort to reach out to our residents to encourage them to get vaccinated. I know that the county's done a lot, but I don't know that they have the ability to target the community like we do. And I was wondering if you've given any consideration to upping our level of announcements via social media, any other means that we might have to encourage people on getting vaccinated, where they can go to get vaccinated and so forth.
Yeah, sure. Great points. And of course, we want to encourage that. I would say that there's a notion of kind of COVID burnout, and we're also kind of just tired of seeing it and having to deal with it. So I don't think that those are at all bad ideas. I think it would be important for the community to just be reminded that, hey, this is an option if you do choose so. And as far as the county reach out, we still do have 2 representatives that are going around into some of the underserved areas and populations to continue to encourage and educate folks on the opportunity to get vaccinated. And that program is continuing. So we'll make a concerted effort to do that, as well as 4th of July and these Veterans Day and such, to put out some notifications to just be cautious and remind each other of the good things we can do to really mitigate that spread.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. That's good, great ideas. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce some of the comments that have been made. Personally, my son got COVID, but he's had all his shots, and he had kind of a mild flu symptoms, and he was better. His friend, however, actually a couple of years younger than him, did not have any vaccinations and has caught COVID now and has been pretty much 102 temperature for like 3 or 4 days. And this is a strong fella. And then also my wife told me now that for people who are compromised, I guess she's considered compromised. There's now a 5th shot that you can have. I don't know if you've been familiar with that, but it's not a booster shot. It's actually, the way it was described, it's just a 5th shot of some form. And
yeah, I can't speak to the medical science of the 5th shot, but what is a really good point, and you mentioned there's going to be 2 things I'll talk about. One is, in case the public doesn't know, booster shots are now available for those 5 and older. So if they're 5 and older and haven't had their 2nd dose or their booster, that they are eligible. And there is concern, and it's something that hasn't been spoken about, but the situation that you just said about your son's friend, I mean, at the end of the day, we don't know what the long-term effects are of this disease. And that's something that we can shrug off and say, well, it was just kind of the flu and I feel better now, which everybody is hoping that that's the case. But this is such a new virus that we don't know, what does this look like 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now? Does it resurface? Does it have any sort of mutations within the human body that we just don't know about? So I think precaution is really important, and, following the research and educating the public as best as we can. And quite frankly, if we can do everything in our power to avoid getting the virus, I'd say let's do that. And that may include, masking, social distancing, good hygiene, those types of things, but also understanding the risks. And when, adults make decisions and, you go to an outing, it's your choice to put your mask on or not currently. And I think that's important as well. So there's definitely a delicate balance, but when you put, the health and safety of the community and citizens first, I think it's pretty clear that we, A, have a localized spike in COVID cases, and B, the opportunity exists to not expose the public to that as much as possible, I think are all good suggestions.
Is there any speculation why Port Hueneme in particular is so low in the vaccination rate? Or
yeah, that's the $1 million question. We have been on the low end of the spectrum nearly since the numbers have been reported, and we just haven't seen that movement. Now we're 3 percentage points away from the next lowest city, so I don't want to alarm us saying we're so drastically behind. But it's important to note that we are behind, and that when we invite community members in who either aren't vaccinated or are in some form of the process, and then we're exposing, that just creates an environment that isn't necessarily the healthiest possible. So I don't have really good answers on why the public has decided, at least in our city, that our vaccination rates aren't as high. But I think Councilmember Hernandez brought up some good points of, it doesn't hurt to re-put out some information and just encourage and educate.
Yeah, I didn't look at the statistics real closely, but like the cities that have a very high vaccination rate, does it also correlate that they have a very low infection rate? comparatively, or does it really, has it mattered?
I can't really speak to what the other cities are that you're referring to, but what I can say is, yes, there's vaccine barrier issues where the virus of today, BA2, 3, 4, 5, and whatever the next numbers are going to be, they're obviously mutated strands of what the original virus was. So you are going to see those breakthrough cases. But I think what the science is showing and what we're all learning is that your vaccination status and your rate really has a high degree of correlating with your severity of illness. And anytime you can, reduce those factors, I think it's a good thing. So I think we would encourage everyone to get vaccinated, stay on top of your booster immunizations, and continue to live in good health.
Well, thank you for the report. Obviously, it looks like that we still need to be on guard.
I would encourage that, yes.
So now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. I'm going to read the titles of each item on the consent agenda and then get a motion. Okay, so I will read the titles. Number 11, approve the minutes of the City Council regular meeting on May 16, 2022. Number 12, receive and file financial cash disbursements from May 10th through May 31st, 2022. Number 13, purchase of parking machine upgrades. Number 14, agreement with OpenGov Incorporated for the purchase of online permitting and plan check and business license software. Number 15, professional services agreement with the Water Resources Engineering Associates for the engineering design services for the final design of the cross-based pipeline. Number 16, adoption of the resolution for fiscal year 2022-23, budget for the list of proposed road maintenance and rehabilitation projects for submittal to the California Transportation Commission. And number 17, adoption of the negative declaration for Bubbling Springs Natural Channel Vegetation Removal Project. Councilman Perez.
Am I allowed to ask a question on a specific item, or do I have to pull it for discussion?
I think you need to pull it for discussion.
Mayor Rollins and Councilmember Perez, if it's a simple question on it and not a discussion, it does not need to be pulled. But if there's going to be council discussion and engagement, I would recommend pulling the item.
It's a simple question, but I can't tell the future, so I don't know if it'll open up to discussion.
Okay, so ask the question and we'll see if anybody else has any comment.
Well, so I see the price is $255. In the long run, will that save the city money converting to this program than how we've been doing it up to this date?
Well, I know we already have a second question, so. Well, answer this first question anyway.
I think somebody's trying to speak, but
Councilman Gama is trying to speak, but it's coming in kind of abbreviated.
What item is it that you're questioning?
Sorry, 14.
I have a discussion point on 14 as well.
So maybe
we should
okay,
just
so
pull
let's pull it and answer. We'll pull item 14 for a second, and please answer Councilman Perez's question, Mr. Stewart.
Hold on.
Mayor Rollins, this is Kevin. If I may make a suggestion, I would move to pull item 14, take a roll call vote, and then I would deal with the remainder of the consent agenda in one fell swoop, and then we can circle back to item 14 just to save some time.
Okay, so is there a motion to remove 14 from the consent agenda?
Point of order, I'd like to make a motion to pull 17 as well, 14 and 17.
Okay, well, let's take them individually.
Together.
14, do we have a motion to pull that?
Motion to pull 14 for discussion.
Okay, Do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay. Well, let's take a roll call for that. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Now let's move to poll number 17. Do we have a motion to poll number 17?
I made a motion.
Okay.
I don't think we need a motion. We just make a request.
So do we have a second?
Second.
Let's have a vote on that.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Okay, so our city attorney, can we make a motion to approve all other items at this point in time except for 14 and 17?
That's correct, Mayor Rollins.
Okay, so can we have a motion to approve all other items except for we are going to pull 14 and 17?
So moved.
Second?
I had the
Need a
motion
second.
by Councilmember Hernandez, but I didn't get the second for.
Second.
Second. So have a roll call vote on that, those consent agenda items.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Okay, so we will first discuss number 14.
Okay, so this is Tony. So in answer to your question, I can't give you basically an apples to apples cost savings number, but what this is doing is this is a component of several upgrades that we're doing citywide. Mrs. Sarro, our interim finance director, is also currently looking at replacing our larger ERP system, of which we are currently a part of, and which this will be replacing a part of. This will also be replacing our existing HDL provided business licensing service. So dollar-wise, Mrs. Sarro may be able to give you a little bit more, but what this is doing with us is, first of all, it is cost effective. But second of all, it's allowing us to have that customer service portal where folks can actually apply for applications online, check the status of their plan check, pay with a credit card through online. So really what it's doing and why we're wanting to do this at this point is because it does have that very user-friendly customer portal to allow us to provide better customer service to all of our applicants, not only in planning and building and safety, but also public works, and also upgrade and hopefully provide a more user-friendly business licensing portal as well. Keep in mind this program is going to be used by Public Works, Finance, and Community Development.
So it'll streamline the process pretty much.
Councilperson Gama, your hand is raised.
Councilmember Perez, are you done?
Yeah, I'm having issues. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I just said so that it'll pretty much streamline. It sounds like it'll streamline the process and make things move a little faster and more easier for the community members.
Hopefully a lot more quickly at this point, yes. The other benefit is that our current contract billing official is a super user with another city that uses this. And so not only does she have the ability to help us implement it, but also train staff and keep us trained and build what we will need to build for this program. So we're really looking forward to being able to implement this and provide much better customer service.
Thank you.
Yeah, when I first saw this, I thought, go Gov, and I'm getting feedback. So I'm a little concerned that it may, well, let me just say that GoGov is great when it works to your expectation, but for items that are not regularly encountered, it's difficult. So I just want to make sure that this is going to work and it's going to provide everything it's being touted out to be, because sometimes these apps have a little bit of a learning curve and compatibility with the IT system. And so I'm just hoping that it's going to live up to what it's being touted as. And I would just, have you been able to test it, walk through it, and see it live in another organization? Or are we just basing it on what we've been told?
Okay, well, first of all, let me clarify that this is not GoGov. This is a completely separate animal. This is a full-on ERP system. It has nothing to do with GoGov. It's its own, basically replacement for our current HTE system. Many other cities, in fact, I think just about every city in Ventura County uses this in some form or fashion. Camarillo is going through the process right now as our fire department to implement this. And then with regard to your question with if it's been used or we've seen it used, again, our building official uses it currently in another city and is, like I said, a super user of it. So is very familiar with it, understands how it works, understands what, how well it integrates with our customers, or at least her customers at the time. So yes, it is highly recommended, which is why, again, we're excited to bring it on, but it is a completely separate animal from GoGov.
Okay.
So will we be able to troubleshoot? I mean, because my experience with GoGov is we haven't improved it yet, and it's still frustrating being a heavy user of it when I run into, you know, situations that I'm trying to report. So I just want to make sure that the users are going to be satisfied and going to be able to navigate it flawlessly and beautifully.
Well, again, I can't speak for how it compares to GoGov, but yes, again, what I hear is that it's and what I understand, and from what we've seen through our demonstrations, it is a very user-friendly program to use.
So at this point in time, City Attorney, do we have to approve this particular item as part of the consent agenda, or how do we handle that?
I would approve this item individually since it was pulled for discussion.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve?
I make a
item
motion to
14?
approve item 14. Second.
Roll call vote. Can we have a roll call vote?
I'll vote yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. And
That's
we'll now
unanimous.
move on to number 17.
Yes, I pulled this item because, you know, the Reed situation at Bubbling Springs Creek, we're doing a cleanup over there a couple weeks ago, Jacob and I, and you could literally walk across the creek. There's so many reeds. The water's stagnant. There's mosquitoes everywhere. And then further downstream, it's not as bad as Bubbling Springs, but yes, there are turtles down at the bottom. And now I'm hearing that the Coastal Commission's involved, and I'm hearing that we are now going to be 4 or 5 more months delayed because the Coastal Commission is involved. And I just want to, I don't know how to say this, but you know, if the reeds continue to grow, turtles won't be able to swim through the water. I mean, it's already impacted at the top. And so how do we get through this Coastal Commission hurdle in record time and get the project started and done? And I see Annalise is there, and I'm sure she's excited to explain this to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Gama. Yes, I'm Annalise Miller with Rincon Consultants, and we've been helping the city both with the CEQA documentation, the Lake and Stream Bend Alteration Agreement, and the CDP for this project. And I completely understand your concerns, and I know this has been a really long and protracted process to get this project off the ground. Right now, we are pushing to get the CDP forms in and submitted sometime this month with the goal of having all of these permits in place so that the city can start implementing this project this fall, which is the earliest time when they'd be able to do so, with the timing required by California Department of Fish and Wildlife to be between September and December. So we are pushing for that. That is our goal. And it looks like right now the CDP will be going through the city's process, not directly to the Coastal Commission, although the Coastal Commission will have the ability to appeal that permit decision if they so choose. But we are doing everything we can to help avoid that situation. We're planning to meet with Walt Depp, who's the Coastal Commission staff member, the one who commented on the project CEQA document, to make sure that his concerns are addressed in the CDP application beforehand so that we minimize the chance that there would be such a situation in which it would be appealed.
Is it correct for me to say that when the Coastal Commission involves itself in something like this from a 30,000-foot view, are they not, in other words, have they walked Bubbling Springs and looked at it, or do they just get it, someone says, hey, you know, they're gonna do this project and they might damage a turtle? I mean, do they actually get here on the ground, staff members of the Coastal Commission take a look? Because we were told that this project would be well underway right now.
It depends on a case-by-case basis. I don't believe that the Coastal Commission staff member who has commented on the project has been to the site, but I can't say that for sure. He did not mention visiting the site though.
Was he invited to get involved, or he just involved himself, or the Coastal Commission?
Yeah, so the CEQA document was sent to the Coastal Commission because they are considered an involved agency because they have that nexus with the coastal zone. And so just through the submittal of the CEQA documents, the State Clearinghouse, it then goes to the Coastal Commission, and then they have the opportunity to comment on it if they so choose.
So does the coastal zone go all the way to Bubbling Springs at Bard and Park Street?
No, it does not. It ends.
So we can't start the project there and deal with the coastal concerns separately?
I'm not quite sure on that point. We can ask the coastal staff member. We haven't had our meeting with him yet, but it's a possibility. It's just not sure whether they would allow that kind of piecemealing of the project now that it's already been presented as one whole. But we can definitely ask about that.
And what
Councilmember Gama, to follow up on Ms. Miller's statements, CEQA prohibits breaking up a project like that. Typically, you have to view the project as a whole. And so when we're looking at this agenda item, this is the CEQA component of the agenda item. The overall project is not really up for discussion right now. This has to do with adoption of a negative declaration in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, can you explain to us what a negative declaration means to this project?
Yes, again, so the city prepared an initial study to identify whether or not there would be any significant environmental effects associated with this project. And over the course of that study, we determined that the project as proposed with its series of best management practices that are incorporated to avoid things like special status species and other concerns, the project would not have any significant impacts on the environment. And so there are no mitigation measures proposed for it. And that's why it is a negative declaration as opposed to a mitigated negative declaration. And so what you would be doing tonight is you would be considering adoption of this final initial study negative declaration and saying that it is consistent with your independent judgment and analysis that this project as proposed would not result in significant effects on the environment and no mitigation measures are necessary for it under CEQA.
And how quickly would we be able to get this project going? Because hopefully we'll have a rainy season, and it would be very disappointing to have a flood inspired by the reeds collecting under the bridge and so forth and so on, which is the risk. And then also the mosquitoes and all the other stuff that's going on up at the top. So are we really going to see this project move forward before November?
Yeah, those are good questions. So what happens when you adopt the final ISND, should you do that tonight, is we will file the notice of determination within 5 days with the county clerk in the state, and that will then conclude the CEQA process from the city's perspective for now. Then what happens is we will be able to conclude the lake and streambed alteration agreement process with CDFW. They need that CEQA document in order to complete that process. And that could take, I would estimate probably about a month or two. So that would put us, August to complete that ideally. And then we'll also be able to finish up the coastal development permitting process. And so our goal right now is to get that before council in July. I know you guys go dark in August. So if we don't make that, then the next available time is September. And so once that application is submitted, we'll be good there. The Coastal Commission will have their appeals process, and then the project can get started.
Yeah, if there are no further questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Oh, no, we have some other comments. Councilperson Perez.
I just have one comment that maybe we should also extend an invitation to that coastal commissioner who weighed in on this to come out and actually visit the site.
Agreed. And we have made that offer. That he has not taken us up on that offer yet, but we will reiterate that with him.
But I'll second the motion.
Councilperson Hernandez, I know your hand was up, but is it down now?
It's down.
Okay, great. Okay, so can we have a motion to approve number 17 as part of the consent agenda?
So moved, and Councilmember Perez seconded it.
Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to number 18, a public hearing. Consideration of an ordinance for organic waste disposal reduction, recycling, and solid waste collection per Senate Bill 1383. Mr. Camarillo will be given the report. The hearing is now, the hearing time is now open, and well, actually, I think he gives a report. Let's see.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order.
Yes.
According to our policies and procedures, during public hearings, a council member is supposed to request permission to leave the meeting. So I don't know if I noticed Councilman Gama got up and left before you announced this item. He might not be aware that he was supposed to ask to leave, but does that prohibit us from starting?
I can't ask him now. Should we pause, do you think, until he comes back? Councilperson Hernandez, I don't see him visibly here. He didn't necessarily ask permission. Shall we pause till he comes back?
That's not for, I don't know if we should. That maybe the city attorney can answer for us.
Okay.
Mayor, typically the rules are that a council member must request once the public hearing is open. The way that other cities have dealt with this is because public hearings are quasi-legislative or quasi-judicial proceedings, similar to like a court trial, it becomes impossible for an absent council member to actually vote or participate in discussion. So I can leave that to council's discretion whether or not they would like to take a short recess to allow Councilmember Gama to return, or the council can exclude Councilmember Gama from the discussion and any vote.
Since this, it's a good point, I would prefer that all councilmen get to vote. At this point in time, I would say we would take a short recess. Councilperson Gama is back. So Councilperson Gama, and to all council members, I guess if you need to take a break for whatever reason, according to the city attorney, you need to formally make a request to do that. So it's a new revelation to me, but nonetheless, it's an important one, so that in the future, if you need to take a break, let me know.
Nature was calling.
Yes. Okay. So now the hearing is now open at 8:59. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose? None seen. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law? Do we have a complete file of the reports and exhibits?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Will staff Mr. Camarillo, will you please give us the report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and members of the audience. What you have before you tonight is an ordinance regarding adding a new Part M to Article 7, Chapter 3, which is our Integrated Waste Management chapter, which is dealing with regulating organic waste reduction. So what is that? Senate Bill 1383, the short-lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Act, directed CalRecycle, which is the overseeing office, to develop regulations to divert 75% of organic waste from landfills and 20% of edible food for human consumption by 2025 statewide. The law was passed in 2016, but was not formally approved until November of 2020. And the regulations went into effect as of January 1, 2022. We're a little bit behind the curve, but we are getting there. What does Senate Bill 1383, what are some of the regulations and requirements that is going to be put into place? How does that affect us? One of the things is providing organic waste collection and organic waste. There's a lot of terminology is going to be different. As part of this, we are going to be instituting a third container at residential units to collect the green waste at single family homes. Also, the goal is to get green waste containers at some of the larger HOAs and such, where they have landscape companies that deal with their landscape activities. Part of some of these regulations require that we as the city track where this stuff is going. It's very difficult to try and get information back from several different landscape companies that we have that deal with the various organizations throughout the city. So our hope is that we plan on instituting that so we can capture what they have locally there on site and direct them just to go ahead and leave whatever they're doing at those sites at the location, where we would then go ahead and service those containers, and thereby we capture that tonnage, which helps us also in our diversion rate, which the state monitors as well. We go through an annual reporting process every year. So that's another function that we want to see happen. And that is green waste. With 1383, with regard to like multifamily dwellings and residential units, we are looking at doing the organic, not just green waste, where organic waste by definition with these regulations includes things such as food soiled cardboard, wood waste, your regular grass clippings, all that stuff. But it would also include stuff like food products, vegetable scraps, even like meat scraps, bones, eggshells, all of that. And so what they're really trying to get to is getting away from having all of that get to our landfill, which the other purpose of really 1383 is to cut our greenhouse gas emissions. So I just want you to keep in mind, as I say organics, and there's a lot of confusion with the population as organics, and they typically think of separating it from green waste versus something else. In this case, we're talking about introducing that terminology and including food scraps. Now, with the commercial establishments, it will be a little bit different because organics will be simply organics, like our restaurants, supermarkets, stuff like that. We are going to have containers that are going to be strictly for food waste and separately green waste, because we wouldn't want to have that mixed in big commercial shopping centers, because one, the weight of the carts would be too heavy for our trucks to handle. And two, we would have to service those routes in a different manner than what would be most convenient and most efficient. So there will be some things that happen separately, as I just mentioned. So just keep in mind when I'm saying organic waste, sometimes it's going to be strictly food if it's related to commercial, and at others it's going to be a mixture of everything that is green waste, landscaping, food waste, and such. So one of the other things that it requires is establishing food recovery programs with those businesses, where again, they want food that typically might have been thrown out to get sent to a place where it can be given and used as a food source rather than just going ahead and getting rid of it. Another component is conducting public outreach. Right now, we're currently working on getting a flyer finalized that we'll be able to get out into the mail, and then also post that same information on our city websites and social media websites, letting people know, A, what's going to be coming, when it's going to be coming, and what they should be putting into it. The other part, another one of those big parts is capacity planning, finding the place where we actually can have a place to take these items. Currently, we can take stuff to Del Norte, to the transfer station, as we do with everything else. With mixed food waste, they'll accept it and they separate it, source separate it there on the floor. Another place that is hopefully going to be coming online, we've been told, is it will be called Mountain View, run by Agramin in the city of Oxnard, which will be a strictly food waste processing facility. So anything that's strictly just food waste will go there. And then we also still have the green waste portion of that, where if it's clean green waste, where it's green waste, tree stuff, even wood waste that's clean without nails and different stuff like that, that can also go to a separate facility, Calwood, which is off Arnold Road. And so they'll be able to take that stuff as well. One of the other things is that with this, they expect that there will be a reuse of these things, where they'll go ahead and be making recycled products such as compost, mulch, and all that. And part of the ordinance as well requires that we buy products that have been made out of this type of waste. So that's another thing that we have that we'll have to do, even things such as paper, where it has to have a certain content of recycled content in order for us to be able to be meeting the mandate. Obviously, inspections and enforcement with this is one of the other big things, and then record keeping. With 1383 as well, obviously the biggest thing, which you have in front of you tonight, is the need to adopt an ordinance that provides us the mechanism to be able to enforce the regulations and let people know what it is that they have to comply with, as well as what we have to comply with. The ordinance that you have in front of you is primarily based on a model that Cal Recycle developed, but we've gone ahead and customized that to specific things that meets our city's needs. The ordinance also addresses changes mandated by 1383, as I mentioned before, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And then some of the changes that this deals with, with respect to the greenhouse gas emission reduction, is having enrollment of all the businesses and residents in waste collection service areas, there are waivers that can be given on a case-by-case basis. So if, for instance, there's a lack of space, or if there's thresholds of total solid waste, which is everything, trash, recyclables, and organic waste, where a percentage of their organic waste in that stream is less than either 20 gallons or 10 gallons, depending on how much solid waste is leaving the sites. There can be waivers, we can grant waivers for that exemption, but they have to provide proof of why they should be exempted from those parts of it. Also, the food generators, restaurants, grocery stores, as I mentioned earlier, other facilities, large events, like even we'll have to come up with something that will be addressed, like when we have, for instance, the Hueneme Beach Festival, because the threshold of what they determine as a large event is 2,000 people per day at any given site. So I know we surpassed that, so we'll have to address things to collect stuff at those types of events that we have, if we choose, and others that we'll have to see. I know maybe the cannabis events might extend beyond that, but that's something that we'll have to see as we move forward, whether or not those will meet those restrictions. One of the other things with it is to go ahead and provide, we are going to go to, you can do multiple systems. We're choosing to do a 3-cart system, which we've already had the solid waste, the gray container, the recycle container with the blue lid, and now we'll be moving to a green container, which will be for our organics. Those carts have already been ordered. You approved that purchase a while back, and as I mentioned earlier, we've got finalizing a flyer so we can get those messages out and let people know what's coming. We still have several weeks before we're expecting to get those containers ready for shipment. And as with a lot of other things right now with this current climate, supply side events are getting in the effectiveness of people trying to fulfill orders. So we haven't got a confirmation yet on when we can expect the carts. We do know that the order's placed and they're starting. We've gone through the artwork approvals already for the carts. So they're in process. As I mentioned, businesses and multifamily dwellings, one of the responsibilities that's placed on them is to educate their tenants and employees about how to go ahead and dispose of these things. With, of course, where will be someone as a lead part in that, and the education and outreach portion of that, to make sure that they're getting the right message out and people understand what it is that they need to do in order for us to actually be meeting these requirements. Then there's also state penalties for violations. We have 2022 and 2023 is what they've determined to be their public outreach and education. So over the next year and a half, we'll be making sure that we've got everybody on board, get educated on what's required, because beginning January 1 of 2024, that's when enforcement needs to begin taking place. There are some leeways with that. Again, if somebody's got a particular thing that's happened because there's been some hardship and it's defined within the regulations on what constitutes that, there can be some extensions of them meeting the requirements, but that's going to be on a case-by-case basis as well. We do have our enforcement for the first violations will be $100 fine for the first violation, $200 for the second violation, and $500 for the third violation. And then beyond that, if we have somebody that continues to abuse that, that's where the city attorney will get involved and see what the next steps would be regarding how we go ahead and move forward with any other enforcement action. Another portion of this is non-compliance. So while we're hoping that we can have everybody, residents and businesses alike, get on board and do what's necessary. If we don't get that, if we're not effective in doing that, the state does have the option to go ahead and do their own enforcement actions. So they could come in and conduct more frequent inspections of our program. They could take over direct enforcement of our businesses if they wished. They can also require a compliance schedule with a work plan, and then up to and including fines of $10,000 a day. Now, we're in constant contact with Camarillo during all this. We're not alone in trying to get this program set up and run the way it's supposed to. We just spoke with Camarillo a week and a half ago, and we did have some questions regarding some of these items, and their answer was that they are going ahead, and at this point, they realize that it's a large learning curve, and they're trying to do whatever they can to assist all agencies in whatever fashion they may need. Some of the things they can't help us with, though, is where to take it. There's limited places that it can go. And we've identified that with them. They're well aware of it because everybody in the area has the same concerns. But ultimately, it still will be up to us to figure out how and where we get this taken to if we don't have local processing facilities available to us. So that's something that we'll be monitoring as well. We have a couple of other things that we may still need to do with regard to this. I know I spoke to community development because part of this is having the green building standards, the latest green building standards, a part of this, and community development had answered that they have adopted the latest building codes, but we still need to make sure that specifically if there's any gaps that we may not be covering to make sure that that's covered. Also a water efficient landscaping ordinance is required. I have not had the chance to look to see how these regulations cross over into the model water efficiency world, but we will need to be taking a look at that as well. And whatever we need to do with that, obviously that would be something that would be coming back to council again with a future item to do whatever we need to do, whether it's an update to what we have currently or something new altogether. Another one that we need to double check on is our purchasing policy because they do require certain things to be purchased with content, and it needs to be stated in a purchasing policy that's been approved. So we'll be having to double check to make sure that with regard to that, and we'll work with finance and make sure that we have all of that stuff squared away as well. The cost of all this is we're not sure at this point of how much it will be. Again, with Mountain View facility, they are expected to be up in the fourth quarter of this year, but they don't have any rates determined yet. We've spoken several times to the officials over at Agraman who are going to be running the facility, and they aren't there yet with that. Oxnard does charge slightly higher rates for us to take that and take it to Del Norte, where they'd sort through it and get that taken. But we don't anticipate that to be a huge cost difference for us, mostly because right now what happens, because we haven't had the third cart, the green waste organics cart, available, everybody uses their trash cart to get rid of all of their green organic waste. So we lose tonnage on the trash side of things, and our tonnage and our green waste organics would go up. Although with the mixed food organics waste, then that would be a slightly higher rate, but we'd be dropping off some of the exchanging trash for organics. So we don't anticipate that yet, but we do know that there's also things that are going to be administrative, record keeping, the cost of just picking the new routes up. So we'll be evaluating that and see. It's been several years since we've had a solid waste rate study and adjustment. I anticipate that that's something that as we get towards the end of this year and the program's up and running, at least for a quarter, we'll have a much better idea of how that might play out on the long term. And then we would probably be looking to potentially come back and go through the Prop 218 process. And obviously that would come to you first, and that would be an opportunity for us to make sure that we have everything in order to cover any costs that we would be incurring extra beyond what we're doing now. And if we have any other thing that comes up as far as processing fees, again, because there's some of the places we do not know any rates yet, we'll have to wait and see what they ultimately end up charging. And that would be something that we would also incorporate into a Prop 218 process.
Okay.
And with that, I'm open to questions.
Okay, are there any public comments regarding this item? Madam Clerk.
I did not receive any comments for this item.
Okay, so I see council has some questions. Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Thank you, Mr. Camarillo. That's quite a job you're taking on there. I have a little bit of familiarity with how that program is working, at least at my family's home in Pasadena. We've always separated our garbage from our paper waste. But now there in Pasadena, you can use these organic or these green waste bags, put all your garbage in it, and then it goes into your green waste can where you have all your trimmings, your cuttings, your lawn cuttings, and everything else. Here in Hueneme, we don't have that third container, that third green container that would take all that waste. And I heard that we are considering a third container in some communities. Is that correct?
No, we will be getting the green containers throughout the city. What we're looking at for some of the places that are HOAs, where, as you know, many of the HOAs have landscape contractors that come in and do all of their common areas and all of that. And then they ultimately end up hauling that away. One of the things we still have to do, though, is track where that's being taken. And it's a nearly impossible chore to get landscape contractors to try and give you data consistently. So the thought is we get containers for those places where the landscape contractors will come in, do the work, but instead of hauling that particular location's green waste away with them, they leave it on site. That way we will have tracking because we'll be picking it up, we'd be servicing it. And so we would get all of the tonnage, which again, as I mentioned, would help our diversion rate because the more green waste we're taking and the less trash, which is we're anticipating is going to be a given anyway if people start using their green waste containers properly, that our trash tonnage will drop, our green waste tonnage will go up, and our diversion rate will also go up, which is the ultimate goal.
Okay. Yeah, I think I understand that also, but what I'm concerned about is the container that we use as residents and what we'll be putting that waste into, because we don't have a third container. We have recyclables and we have regular garbage. So will residents be given a third container?
Yes, so those were the ones that I mentioned that are already on order that we just approved the artwork for. So those will be coming, and we don't have a date yet as to when they'll be coming, but
that's okay. I just had a question about the containers. What are they the same size as the large containers that we have right now?
yes, they'll be the same 96-gallon containers. We have the ability to order. Some of our places have 64-gallon containers, which obviously a third less capacity, is a little bit smaller. And we have the ability to get those for residential containers as well. And those are things that we can look at to see who needs those. We don't have a lot of people that get the 64-gallon containers now on the trash and recycling side, but there are some that do have those, but there are also some places that we may have the opportunity to put a central container where, because a lot of those places have their trash and recycling, but they don't have necessarily yards and everything that you would expect to generate green waste. So that's where we're looking at doing the central common container. So the landscapers can take care of that.
Okay, yeah, I'm just concerned right now about the container size. You know, putting another great big container in my garage is going to be problematic, as it would be for many residents, I imagine. So the smaller containers would be available upon request.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then, and did you say that we were going to commission a solid waste rate study and then look at the 218 Prop 218 process?
Well, what we'll do is, as we get this third component going, the organics portion of this, rather than just, we've got trash, we've got recycling, and now that we get the organic green waste portion of it going, we'll see how that plays out with regard to what is it that we need to sustain the program. We've been thinking about doing a solid waste rate study for the last couple of years, but we didn't, at that time, we didn't see the need yet. We had a really healthy reserve. As you know, it's not our business to just make profit. We're supposed to sustain our operations and be able to buy things that we need for the operation. So we'll look at that. As I said, it's been 8 years since our last rate increase related to integrated waste, solid waste, and recycling.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to confirm that you do the rate study first and then the 218 process, right?
Yes, we do the rate study first, and then once we come up with, and you would be in, council would be involved with that as well, because there's probably going to be, as we always do, there's been multiple options on how to integrate any type of rate adjustment. And so options would be given saying, here's what you can do. You can do, if the need is there, then you can do it over a certain, maybe you choose a 3-year, a 4-year, a 5-year plan. And then options within that and percentage increases can vary, so.
Okay, all right, thanks. And I just hope that if we do that rate study, that we look at whether or not we are actually saving money by using the Del Norte transfer station and taking our trash, which Oxnard turns around and takes our trash to Simi Valley versus Tolan Road. So I'd like to see, because that was recently changed, and I'd like to know if we're actually saving money. So that rate study is of interest to me.
Okay, yes, we can certainly take a look at that.
Thank you.
Councilperson Gama.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea for the HOAs, because I think all the council members are part of an HOA, and I think the landscape waste is all handled by a, what do you call them, landscaper? So I think that would be great if we could have a big landscapers, because sometimes I'll have yard waste from my backyard, and it would be nice if I could just go put it in with the common area rather than have a third dumpster. But what about the food waste? If we don't have the yard waste dumpster, what do you do with food waste?
If we go with those, then we would do something similar to what we're looking at doing with our commercial businesses, where we're looking at treating them with a smaller cart. Again, because of the ability of the truck to weigh, because food waste by itself is very heavy. It ends up with a big water content. And so it's either we would go with if we're going with a side load, which would vehicle, which is what we use to service all of our residential accounts now, we'd have to go with a smaller cart because the weight simply wouldn't, if it were full, we would never be able to pick up a 96-gallon full food waste thing. And it would take a lot longer for someone probably to fill up a 96-gallon container in that fashion. And then you get that odor and that, then you get all the other things that come with it, that because it's sitting there so long.
Right. And would we be able to opt out and compost our own food waste? Would that be a possibility?
That is a possibility. So that within the ordinance and the state regulations, it does have the opportunity for people to do that. Again, that would require an application and then a waiver, and then there's a lot of follow-up to go ahead. There's a lot for the, let's say, for lack of a better word, the composter, if you wanted to do it individually, to track and do and report, and also on our end to make sure that we're getting all of that information.
Okay, well, here's a fun fact. Here's a fun fact. If you make sourdough bread, you have a starter, and every day you have about 70 grams of waste, and that starter is great for composting. So there you go.
You're supporting the composting, Councilman Almond. Councilperson Perez.
I just have a quick question or comment. Thank you for your presentation. What about, since it'll be so difficult for each individual person to have their own food waste container and picking that up, what about implementing a community type food waste container that's picked up every so often? That might make it easier. I don't know. I'm just coming up with random ideas.
Yeah, it's something that we can look at. Of course, we in that case, we might want to do where, especially where you have places that have maybe like a certain number of units, maybe let's say 10 units or something where it's there. That would be the driver on what size of container would we need in order to be able to, one, hold what they have, but then also make sure that we may need multiple. Again, a 96-gallon container full of food waste it poses problems for our hydraulics because they're not built for that. But there's things that we can look at, certainly multiple smaller ones for stuff like that, and then just make it a multiple can route rather than a larger can.
That would also increase pests in the area.
Yes, and that's another concern, having a 96-gallon container. But with the idea with the single family homes, having that is they're using it for green waste, and then bagging. Del Norte wants you to bag, preferably plastic, tie it up and set it on the top of your green waste container when it's ready to be set out for collection, because it makes it a lot easier for them to separate when the contents get unloaded on the floor. It's easier to pick those bags out, and it keeps from contaminating the green waste, if you will, all the other stuff from then they can take that to a different location. So it gives them more options as well.
Okay. I think you answered part of the question. I mean, I've been in other cities, I've been very comfortable using like the greenways for a number of years, but there was very big limitations as to what you put into the green waste, like meat and other byproducts were things that you didn't put into there because the purpose was to be able to recycle the green waste into some kind of compost. So this is the first I've heard where you'd actually add not like food waste like vegetables and things, but like food waste like meat and I don't know, processed foods and things like that. So that's the first that I've been aware of them doing something like that because I thought it kind of defeated the purpose. And then years ago, I mean, back in the 60s, they used to have a garbage container where you put just that type of stuff in. They didn't have green waste back then, but they had strictly garbage cans that you separated the garbage from the trash. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that or not, but.
Yeah, and I think that's why, again, you know, this is, we don't get a choice in this one. But we do have things that we can do. If it's a separated food waste container, then we can, well, hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have a facility that's close that we'll be able to take that to, which will keep that out of the green waste, contaminating green waste. But that's why they also want the green waste and food waste containers combined to have the food waste in a bagged container. So that way, hopefully it doesn't contaminate the green waste. Obviously, those things are getting compacted. The trucks are set up to work that. And so even in a bag, the pressure that's exerted inside the trash trucks on the back end could end up causing problems. We haven't spoken with Oxnard yet to see how or if they're having problems with that type of event yet. But yes, I mean, that is the whole goal. But then there also is there's a facility that's going to be opening up. Well, they're in operation now, but they don't take food waste. Limonera out in Santa Paula, and they won't care. They'll take anything mixed together, however it is, because they'll have the facility to go ahead and process it that way. They're not as concerned about it as, for instance, Del Norte is right now.
Well, I'm looking for like the progress. It looks like there's a number of different avenues that we can go on this. So, so at this point in time, if there's no further discussion, we will close the public hearing, and the time is 9:37. We have a recommendation before us. The recommendation is I'm going to introduce the first reading by title only, waiving first reading and adopting an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, adding a new Part M, in parentheses, regulating mandatory organic waste disposal reduction, to Article 7, Chapter 3 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Well, thank you for the very detailed report. We will now recess to the special joint session of the Port Hueneme City Council, the successor agency to the Port Hueneme Redevelopment Agency, and the Housing Successor Agency. At this point, I'm going to call to order the successor agency to the Port Hueneme Redevelopment Agency. Can we have a roll call for the successor agency? You are now members.
Member Gama,
Yes.
Member Hernandez,
Yes, here.
Member Perez,
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Present.
Chair Rollins.
Here, yes. Okay, so now we are also going to call to order the Port Hueneme Housing Successor Agency. The agency, can we have the housing agency roll call for the members?
Member Gama,
Yes, I'm here, present.
Member Hernandez,
Here.
Member Perez,
Yes, here.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Present.
Chair Rollins.
Here. Okay, the first item, number 19, is a joint resolution conveying AP 9's 206-0-031-130 and 206-0-031-090 from the city to the successor agency, and the APN's 206-0-045-220 and 206-0-045-370 from the city to the housing successor agencies. Will staff please make a report?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor Rollins and Honorable City Council. To preface this agenda item, which must appear a little bit complicated at first, I want to remind the council that they did a very similar thing with the Market Street property when we wanted to grant Southern California Edison an easement in order to service the Habitat for Humanity project. I believe that was approximately a month or two ago. What this really stems from is back in 2011, the city's redevelopment agency, seeing that the dissolution of redevelopment agencies was looming on the horizon, transferred a number of properties via a joint resolution 8213980 to the city of Port Hueneme. As a result of the Dissolution Act, the state controller undertook an audit of those 2011 transfers, and in 2014, that audit determined that these transfers were invalid and ordered the city to reconvey the properties back to the successor agencies, which sprang into existence as a result of the Dissolution Act. So we're still in the process of rectifying that situation that came to exist in 2011. And specifically, the two APNs that the city owns that are going to be transferred back to the successor agency are those properties with the APNs ending 130 and 090. And those are both 116 West Pleasant Valley Road and 148 West Pleasant Valley Road. So in order to correct the joint resolution back in 2011, those properties need to be reconveyed from the city back to the successor agency in an effort to clear title. The other properties, the remaining two, which have APNs ending in 220 and 370, those are 309 East C Street and 323 East C Street. Those properties are to be conveyed from the city to the housing successor agency, which is a lesser known successor agency to the redevelopment agency. The Dissolution Act actually created two successor agencies. One's housing and one is just the successor agency. And so this was the direction that the state controller ordered the city to take back in 2014. And for some reason it was not done. So we are in the process of correcting these titles so that we can comply with the State Surplus Lands Act, which you will be dealing with shortly. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. Seeing no questions, the recommendation is that the board of the successor agency and for the Port Hueneme Redevelopment Agency, the Housing Successor Agency, and the City Council jointly approve a joint resolution of the successor agency for the City of Port Hueneme Redevelopment Agency and the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, conveying real property currently owned by the city of the successor agency to correct invalid land transfer in accordance with the Health and Safety Code Section 34167.5. We'll take a roll call vote right now for the city to the transfer property to the successor agency and the housing agency, the successor agency acceptance of certain properties, and the housing successor agency acceptance of certain properties. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve. A second.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Now we're going to move on to number 20, resolution declaring successor agency and housing successor agency surplus property. Mr. Spalding.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins and honorable council. I'll try to make this one as quick and painless as possible. So I believe it was about 2 years ago, council received a memorandum as well as a presentation item on the amendments to the State Surplus Lands Act. For some reason, I want to say that's AB 1481, but don't quote me. In essence, what the state of California said was that any lands held by any local agencies, including successor agencies, that are no longer necessary for that entity's reasonable use have to be disposed of pursuant to the Surplus Lands Act. This requires the agency to initially make a determination as to whether or not the land held is surplus land or is exempt surplus land. The reasons, the qualifications to meet exempt surplus land are difficult to meet, and the state is certainly favoring surplus land designation, which eventually gets sent to a state clearinghouse so that entities that are capable of buying these properties, namely low to moderate income housing suppliers, people who are in park space, other local agencies or special districts that need to acquire properties for their use, and a list of others, receive advance notice that these properties are available for sale. Once they bid on these properties, the city would then be required to enter into good faith negotiations for these properties to be sold for the purposes highlighted under the Surplus Lands Act. And if no one tries to buy these properties, then the city is allowed to market these properties on the open market for whatever purposes it deems necessary, or for whatever uses they can be used for under the zoning requirements. So with that, let me scroll down to the APNs. We have, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 properties that the city and that the successor agency and the housing successor agency wish to deem surplus. They are no longer necessary for those agencies' uses. And it's given the fact that we have, I believe it's this year, we are expecting to close out our recognized obligation payment schedules, which should wind up the affairs of the successor agency. It is important to divest the successor agencies of their properties so that we can wind them up and shut them down for good, which is what we've been doing for the last decade or so. So with that, the successor agency now, as a result of the last council action, holds 2 properties. These are the 116 and 148 West Pleasant Valley Road properties. Those properties are no longer necessary for the successor agency's use. And so we're asking the successor agency's permission to designate those properties as surplus and dispose of them pursuant to the Surplus Lands Act. With respect to the housing successor agency, we just transferred 309 East C Street and 323 East C Street from the city to the housing successor agency. Those 2 properties, in addition to 245 East Port Hueneme Road, 241 East Port Hueneme Road, and 124 West Pleasant Valley Road, are all owned by the housing successor agency. And the ask tonight is for the housing successor agency to pass a resolution deeming those properties surplus, so those properties can then be disposed of in accordance with the Surplus Lands Act. And with that, I'll yield to any questions the council may have.
Unfortunately, I have 2 questions here. One, could this land be used for park space?
It's possible, although it wouldn't be, in order to divest those properties, we would have to submit to the state clearinghouse and follow the procedures of the Surplus Lands Act at the moment.
So if we sell it, if we're told to sell it, its first priority is to low and moderate income housing.
That's the way the ordinance reads, but the way that the property is marketed through the state clearinghouse is it's open to all. I believe there's like 6 to 8 categories. One could be other special districts, open space conservation agencies, any number of different uses that are all deemed priorities under the Surplus Lands Act. And in essence, anybody who bids or expresses interest in those properties from the state clearinghouse requires the city to negotiate in good faith towards the eventual sale of it. We're not allowed to really prefer one over the other outside of what the Surplus Lands Act states its preferences.
Does the highest bidder get it?
It's not really a highest bidder type scenario. We would be very limited in not selling to somebody for any real reasons. Like failure to achieve market value might be one of the only real reasons that we couldn't sell the property. It's the Surplus Lands Act really tied the hands of local governments and other districts in the state of California. We don't have much authority or freedom with properties that are no longer deemed necessary to municipal operations.
So like somebody decides that this property is worth, say, $1 million, and there's multiple bidders for $1 million. Do we have a choice as to who we choose then? You're saying we can't really go to the highest bidder, so it's whatever the fee is set, that's what we go to.
We can go to the highest bidder under that scenario, but for example, I believe the act, and I haven't reviewed it at this point for this specific information, but I believe the act, like let's say all things being equal, we get the same market price, but one person will put 3 more affordable units on that land. Okay. That would be something that the city would have to consider given the state's priority in low to moderate income housing.
Okay. Okay, so let me just, there's a any other comments from the council? Okay. Okay, so there's a recommendation to adopt a resolution declaring named successor agency and housing successor agency parcels as surplus to the agency's own developmental needs and therefore eligible to be disposed of in accordance with the California Surplus Lands Act. We're going to have a roll call with the successor agency designations of its parcels and the housing successor agency designated of its parcels. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote?
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Gama,
Yes.
Member Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
Chair Rollins.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, the successor agency members report, comments, and requests for future agenda items. Do we have any of those at this point? Okay, so we will now adjourn the special joint session of the Port Hueneme City Council, the successor agency to the Port Hueneme Redevelopment Agency and the Housing Successor Agency. The time is now 9:53. We are reconvening to the regular City Council meeting. The next item on the agenda is number 21, the annual assessment of the assessment districts number 87-1, the assessment district number 91-1, and the assessment district number 95-3. Mr. Villafano, will you please make the report?
Good evening, Mayor Rollins, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. This is an annual event. It's the annual assessments for Assessment District 87-1, District 91-1, and Assessment District 95-3. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, declaring its intention to order the levy and collection of assessments for the Lighting Maintenance Assessment District, which is number 87-1 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. Adopt another resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, declaring its intention to order the levy and collection of the assessments for the Parkway and Median Assessment District, number 91-1 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. Adopt another resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, declaring its intention to order the levy and collection of the assessments for the Port Hueneme Drainage Maintenance Assessment District, number 95-3 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. The background and analysis: the City of Port Hueneme formed its Lighting Maintenance District, number 87-1 in 1988 for the purpose of maintaining and servicing the public lighting facilities located within the public right-of-way of the boundaries of the city. The Parkway and Median Assessment District, number 91-1, was formed in the city in 1991 for the purpose of installing and maintaining public landscape in the parkways, medians, and the public rights-of-way within the city. The city formed the Port Hueneme Drainage Maintenance Assessment District, 95-3, for the purpose of maintaining city parks. In 1997, this latter district was renamed the Port Hueneme Drainage Maintenance Assessment District, and the description of the maintenance and improvements was modified to conform with the requirements of Proposition 218. The resolution presented for consideration initiated the proceedings for levying assessments, defining the work to be completed, preliminary approving the engineer's reports for the district. The resolution set the time and place for the required public hearings as June 20th, 2022 at 6:30 in the City Council chambers. The public hearings provide an opportunity to review the district's capital maintenance and operational costs as presented in the engineer's reports, to receive and consider any protests to the work of or assessments, and set the annual assessments on the properties within the district. The engineer's report described the improvements, maintenance, and assessment methodology to each district. Due to the requirements of Proposition 218 relative to increasing the assessments 2022 to 2023, engineers' reports have been prepared using the same assessment calculation methodology in 1995. Contemplated work for 2022-23 relates exclusively to the improvements and maintenance, therefore, and are intended to qualify for the capital costs, maintenance, and operations exception, one of the grandfather exceptions set forth in Proposition 218. The fiscal impact: funding for the proposed maintenance and improvement expenses will be provided by the assessment charges proposed in the engineer's reports and will be levied against those properties receiving special benefit from the services provided. The total revenue generated from these assessments is $486,373. The total estimated expense is $755,875. The estimated revenue for Lighting Maintenance District number 87-1 is $122,511, with an estimated expense of $163,284. This district will have an estimated deficit of $40,773. That will be subsidized by the general fund. The estimated revenue for Parkway and Median Assessment District number 91-1 is $178,813, with an estimated expense of $178,813. The estimated revenue for the Drainage Maintenance Assessment District number 95-3 is $185,049, with estimated expenses of $413,778. The estimated deficit will be $228,729. That will be funded through the Drainage Maintenance Assessment District fund balance. This district has an estimated accumulated beginning fund balance of $820,000 due to deferred maintenance. The funds will be used for environmental studies, permitting fees, and monitoring the contract for the reed removal and Bubbling Springs Drainage Canal, Bubbling Springs Lake, and the stream bed alteration. basically, we've banked money on the Drainage Maintenance Assessment District for a number of years, and we're using that accumulated balance plus the annual assessment to fund the environmental study and the eventual reed removal. So, and then attached are the exhibits A, B, C, and D.
Does council have any comments at this point? Okay, so the recommendation.
Excuse me, Mayor, I have a comment.
Okay, I didn't see your hand raised. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just had a question and a comment. Thank you, Mr. Villafana. Can you tell us where these districts are located? I think it would have been helpful to have a map so we could see exactly the layout of where these districts are. Do they cover the entire city, or are they only portions of the city?
There are maps attached.
There are?
Yes,
Where are they?
We can.
Oh, I see at the very end. Okay, thank you.
If you did not get them in your packet, with the engineer's reports, Exhibit D, we have maps. If you need other copies.
No, I found them.
You did find them?
Yeah, I found them. Okay.
Okay.
So my question then is, thank you for that. With the lighting maintenance assessment district and the estimated expense of $163,284 and a deficit of $40,773, why are we taking it out of the general fund? Is that the only source of funding to cover the deficit? And is this a one-time thing?
It was an annual thing. Obviously, energy costs have gone up. These, and Mr. Spalding can probably give you much more detail, but these were old assessment districts. If we went out and tried to well, you couldn't reopen these assessment districts. You would have to add a supplemental assessment district to pick up the deficit of $40,000. And the cost for doing that would far exceed that $40,000. So, because we would keep the original assessment district in place, but form a new assessment district to cover the deficit, because otherwise you jeopardize, when you go through the 218 process, you jeopardize the old assessment district. So right now, the general fund is covering that balance of $40,000, but the cost to go through the 218 process to try and cover that $40,000 would far exceed that $40,000. And I see Mr. Spalding is up. If you'd like to add in, Mr. Spalding.
Yeah, you did a wonderful job. Basically, with grandfathered Prop 218 districts, you're allowed to continue to charge the same rate as long as you don't make any changes to the amount of money that you're charging or assessing against the properties. This resolution comes before council every single year. And the question is always asked, why are we taking from the general fund? And the real reason, Mr. Villafana was really accurate in how he described the Prop 218 process. The danger is that if we try to raise the rates, we have to follow the Prop 218 process, where otherwise we don't have to. If we follow the Prop 218 process and we get a majority protest, we will lose these assessment districts. So the prevailing wisdom is, do not try to change pre-Prop 218 assessment districts. If necessary, what you do is you create an overlay district for the balance, which requires a cost study and everything like that. Then you put the overlay district into formation through the Prop 218 process to make up the difference. Given the numbers at play here, it's simply cost prohibitive to move forward with the studies and the Prop 218 notices and the majority protest procedures in order to create the overlay district. So every year we have to come before council and ask for approval to continue to charge the exact same amount with the deficits for council to approve the resolution in order to do so, so we don't lose our districts.
Okay, I'm almost sorry I asked, but thank you. No, that explains it. And thank you for reminding us or reminding me that we do this every year. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, there's a recommendation to adopt the following. Number one, adopt a resolution for the City Council and the City of Port Hueneme, California, declaring intention to order the levy and collection of assessments for Lighting Maintenance Assessment District 87-1 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending on June 30th, 2022. And adopt a resolution for the City Council in the City of Port Hueneme, California, declaring its intention to order a levy and collection of the assessment of Parkway and Median Assessment District number 91-1 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. And adopt the resolution of the City Council in the City of Port Hueneme declaring intention to order and levy the collection of the assessment for the Port Hueneme Drainage Maintenance Assessment District number 95-3 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2023. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote? Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Before we get to 22, I would like to request that we have a 3-minute recess. Do I have a second there?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes. Okay, that's great.
Okay, so so it's 3 minutes. Let's say we be back at around 10:10. Okay, recess. Home stretch. Stella is that Hueneme Beach? Where is that photo from?
Yeah, that's Hueneme Beach.
Wow, good job. That's like incredibly, I've seen nights like that. And I've always struggled to get a good photograph of the moon. Is that
I
the
took
moon?
it was at 2 in the morning, and I took it with the new iPhone 13 Pro.
Oh,
And I couldn't believe, I have like 3 or 4 different shots of it, and I couldn't believe how it turned out.
yeah, the water looks like it's like, I mean, it looks, yeah, it's
I
crazy.
feel like I'm polluting the picture. Let me get down here like this.
That's very pretty. Where is that?
It's
Wainimi Beach.
Oh, I've never
All right,
seen
let's go.
Wainimi. Never hung out at Wainimi Beach that late at night.
We all do.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, we're right, okay. No eating on the job, Bobby.
I felt bad because I took a handful of nerds about an hour and a half ago, and I didn't look too good on camera.
Hey, I'm going to be hitting Jack in the Box after this. It's the only
Yeah,
one
if
that's open.
I can't eat, you people can't eat. I'm starving.
I'll meet you at Jack in the Box. I think that's the only thing that's open this late at night.
My husband got dinner, so it's downstairs getting cold.
Oh, what did he get us for dinner? I'll come over there. My wife's asleep.
I'm not even sure.
Okay. Well, and just waiting to see Laura's nice face, and then we'll go on to item number 22. I have to mention that we'll be starting up the meeting again. Kevin, at any particular time, or can I just reconvene the meeting?
We can just reconvene the meeting, Mayor Rollins.
Okay, just want to make sure I have my I's dotted. So
I got up at 4:30 this morning, so if I'm really struggling to keep my eyes open.
I got up a little bit later, but I go to bed later. I don't go to bed till like 1 o'clock, so.
Meant 4:30 a.m., Mr. Rollins.
Huh?
I got up at 4:30 a.m.
Well, I went to bed at 1, woke up at around 6:30.
Ah.
Is that oatmeal? What is that?
Fresas con crema, so strawberries and some bananas.
Oh.
Some yogurt.
Very healthy. What? Well, I'm waiting for Laura to when I was in Hawaii, I played some pickleball there. And afterward, they offered me something to drink out of their ice chest. Turned out to be a whole coconut that they took a machete and cut it open to drink coconut juice. It's kind of cool.
It's milk, coconut milk.
Coconut milk. So Laura, I'm assuming you're not there yet. So there you are.
What did the policeman say to his belly button? You're under a vest.
Under a vest. Okay, we will now move, with everybody here, we will now move on to item number 22 on the agenda. And that is award contract to council chamber audio visual system upgrade. Mr. Wiedemeyer, would you please give us a report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greetings, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my esteemed colleagues, and those brave members of the public that are still here this late at night. This item is for the award of the contract to upgrade the audio video system in the council chambers. We want to upgrade the system that was originally installed according to what we can find on the equipment in there in 1976. It's not been upgraded since then. Despite the heroic efforts that PIO Madelon and my technician Curtis did over the previous meetings to enable the hybrid meetings, those are truly a Band-Aid situation right now, and it requires significant staff time to continue to operate that. So we released an RFP. We had 4 vendors respond. They came out to the site. There were actually 5 that came out to the site, took a look at the room and the existing equipment. 4 of them decided to respond. Staff evaluated the responses that were provided. And through that process, based on the scoring rubrics that we enabled, Western Audio Video Solutions, or WAVES as they're shortened to, is the recommended vendor that staff selected. They had a slightly higher score than any of the other applicants. And they had a nice addition in that they were very ADA compliant. Part of their response that was unique was that not only was we had the ability to adjust audio controls, but the lectern there for the public to come to would be ADA compliant as well. So it's adjustable, and those who may have previously experienced some challenges speaking and addressing council would be able to now have that opportunity. Another ADA compliant action that's included, and all of the vendors did this, but there will be a hearing loop in the council chambers that will allow those who are hearing impaired or challenged to also participate in the meeting and be able to hear much better. Improvements in the speaker systems will potentially eliminate that need, but that will always be there. And they don't need hearing aids. We will have headphones that they would be able to use. So that is the proposed solution. Quick, because it's getting late. If you have any questions, I'm here, and also a representative from Waves. Haley Shailene is on the line, so she could answer any specific questions that you might pose. But that's my report at this point.
Councilperson Perez.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. So this is obviously a long time coming and something necessary, but I do have 2 questions. Time frame, when do you expect to be able to start and complete this project? And this sounds like it's going to be a lot of equipment. Where do you propose the equipment is going to be stored? We're obviously out of space or limited in space, so I'm curious as to what your plans are for that.
Yeah, we had identified initially a portion of the police expansion. We might be able to take a spot there, but that seems to be out of the question at this point. So the desk itself where staff would be operating will be potentially back in the council chamber. We're looking at areas closer to the door just because of the size of that equipment, and so that we do not obstruct anybody's view in the council chamber. The equipment that they're bringing in that is not used by staff for controlling the meetings will reside in a rack similar to the one where the current equipment is at now. That's a significant consideration that we just pull out the existing rack and replace that equipment there. The time frame that the vendor gave us was approximately 45 days for ordering equipment, lead time. Construction would potentially then take slightly over a month to complete, but those are dependent on us identifying the critical need right now is identifying where that workstation will be for staff to operate the audio video equipment.
Thank you.
Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins, and thank you, Mr. Wiedemeyer, for your presentation and your work on this. It is a long time overdue, and we need to definitely upgrade our technology in the chamber so that we can better communicate with our public. And I do appreciate the ADA portion of this project too. I think that's very important. My question has to do with the microphones. Are those being changed out? And not so much the council microphones, but the staff desk and the microphone at the public dais. Are those going to be in any way corrected or fixed or replaced?
Those will be replaced. They're identified for replacement. The bigger issue is that unlike the current situation that has manual controls, one of them has been pulled out so that Mr. Madelon can operate some of that volume control, but this will all be digitally controlled. So if we do experience an issue like a speaker from the public who has a very low voice, we can dynamically adjust that volume. And part of the final acceptance will be some work on the microphones to establish baselines. So we're not starting from scratch, but we will have some fine tuning of that. And part of the recommendation as well is that we engage waves on an ongoing basis. They would come out on a quarterly basis to adjust all of our equipment, review any issues we may have, clean equipment for us, make sure that it's functional. If there are operating system upgrades, they would install those at that time as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing this project completed. Thank you for your work on that.
Okay, and just real quick, I noticed that you had Simi Valley as one of the references. Did staff get a chance to look at how it operates at Simi?
I didn't physically visit them, but I did reach out to both Simi Valley. Got a response from Simi Valley, from Buellton, and they were very positive about utilizing Waves as a vendor to provide this very similar projects in terms of scope. And so I felt very assured that Waves would be able to perform this in a fashion that we need.
Yeah, I too am very impressed that we're going to be able to accommodate different disabilities with this new system. Without any other additional comments, the recommendation is to award a contract to Western Audio, Video, and Security Waves for the upgrade to the council chamber audio-visual system, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract subject to the review and approval of the city attorney. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Gama, seconded by Perez. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Moving on to number 23, municipal ordinance prohibiting animals on Wainimi Beach. Mr. Perez, may you please give us the report?
Can everyone see my my screen with the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening once again, Mayor, council members, members of the public. I do see a couple of hands raised from members of the public. Mayor, if you'd like me to proceed with staff presentation, I just wanted to let the public know we're not ignoring their questions, and we'll get to that after the staff has concluded the presentation.
Okay, I got a thumbs up from Thumbs up. So your question is whether or not we hear from the public before you have the presentation?
I guess it's my recommendation that I proceed with the staff presentation. And I just didn't want the members of the public to think that we did not see that they were interested in commenting. They will have the opportunity to comment in just a moment.
Yeah, I got a thumbs up by one of them, so I think we're good.
Okay. So I have a brief presentation for the council this evening. It does pertain to the municipal ordinance governing animals on Hueneme Beach. By way of a quick overview, earlier this year, the council voted unanimously to agendize a discussion of the city's restriction, which prohibits dogs on the beach. In order to facilitate the council's discussion, information about dog rules at various other Ventura County beaches has been summarized and placed in the staff report. As well, I've provided a brief overview of the safety, environmental, and recreational benefits of the existing code. So here is the subject prohibition. It's found in section 4008, Article 4 of Chapter 1 of the city's municipal code. The ordinance was initially created in 1991. It was amended and updated in 1996. It was difficult to find a lot of information about the origin, the justification, the reasoning that the council took action in 91 and 96. I did find a news article that seemed to indicate that the earlier version prohibited any dog activity on the portion of Surfside Drive, and that the 96 amendment was to make it specific to the beach area, both the sand, any areas on the seaward side of the path, and then in the water itself. As was stated in the report, here's a little illustration of the practices. There is no consistent practice in Ventura County beaches. This is a graphic representation of the different beaches and their rules as it pertains to dogs. A total of 8 prohibit, including Hueneme Beach, prohibit dogs on the beach entirely. 9 allow off-leash activity. One of those is Silver Strand, which allows on-leash activity, but only at specific hours. And then lastly is Hollywood Beach, which allows off-leash activity, but again, only at certain hours of the day. So considerations, again, this is a product of the council's unanimous vote earlier this year to discuss this matter, to consider potentially amending the existing ordinance. So some considerations, some of the reasons, some of the potential benefits of prohibiting dogs on the beach is it mitigates the potential for public safety issues caused by aggressive dogs, either to other dogs or persons. It has the hopeful intent of limiting the presence of dog waste, which can impact recreational uses down at the beach, and also can have environmental impacts. And the prohibition decreases the opportunity for adverse impacts to both natural habitat and wildlife. Of course, the biggest benefit of revising the ordinance to allow dogs down at the beach would be that it would enhance recreation experiences, both for the dogs themselves and also for the dog owners. And we know that this is important for both physical and emotional benefits for both human and dog alike. So again, provided some context, but the primary purpose was to provide the forum for the council to consider the pros and cons and determine if they wish to provide direction to staff to pursue any type of amendment to the ordinance that currently exists. That concludes the staff presentation. I'm happy to answer questions or do what I can to facilitate the council's discussion.
Okay, at this point in time, are there any public comments to this item? It appears that there is. Alicia Smith.
Hi. Okay, wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Alicia. I am the outreach coordinator for Ventura Audubon Society. I work with our shorebird recovery team at Ormond Beach, and we also work very close to Wainimi Beach. I train community volunteers to engage with beachgoers around human-caused disturbance of shorebirds and seabirds, including unleashed dogs. I wanted to say that I really appreciate the mention of the threatened western snowy plover in the VS-Star article. However, the majority of shorebirds that depend on the beach habitat are in serious decline, not just the snowy plover and not just the endangered California least tern, although those are the birds in our program that we tend to focus on. All birds face a confluence of threats, including ongoing habitat destruction, sea level rise from climate change, and human-caused disturbance, such as unleashed dogs, recreational drones, and recreational ATVs on the beach. I'd like to share an example of one of the migrating shorebirds that stops over at Wainimi Beach during its annual global migration. That would be a whimbrel. I witnessed on Saturday evening a small flock of whimbrel that were disturbed by dogs on Wainimi Beach. This happened about 8 times in the 60 minutes that I was there, and I just wanted to share that that's just an example of 1 hour on the beach for the shorebirds. And this is in a location where dogs are not supposed to be currently. So I just wanted to kind of give a glimpse into the current world for these birds at this time. I also wanted to just again, thank you all for considering the snowy plover and consider that, yes, I understand that there is an interest in allowing dogs at the beach, but I just want to make sure that we consider the state of the birds and the habitat. And I want to make sure that if you were to move forward with any type of ordinance change, that there's a lot of education and outreach available. And I would ask that you work in close collaboration with Ventura Audubon Society and support all of the work that our team does to help protect the birds in the neighboring Ormond Beach. And yeah, that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Council, we have another comment from, I think it's Cynthia Hartley.
Yes, there we go. Hi, we made it almost to the end. I am the coordinator of Ventura Audubon Shorebird Recovery Program, and our program operates on Ormond and actually also Hollywood beaches. And first off, I do want to say that for a long time, we've been advocating to create more beach areas where dogs are allowed. However, when doing this, it needs to be done very thoughtfully. And dog areas really need to be away from sensitive habitat. And Ormond Beach is sensitive habitat. You know, there's 2 species that nest there during the summer that are endangered, snowy plover and least tern. And we talk a lot about the snowy plover, but least terns also, they actually have more nests lots of times on Ormond Beach. And as Alicia mentioned, we also have a lot of other global migrants and other birds that are also very close to being listed as endangered. And in particular, these birds are very afraid of canines. They're a natural predator. In fact, they're more afraid of dogs than they are of people. And one of the biggest causes of death to endangered birds at Ormond happens with the young chicks. Our survival is really poor with our chicks. They're flightless. They're at the tide line because that's where they need to go to feed. And that's exactly where they encounter dogs. There's lots and lots of documentation that show that dogs are a big cause of mortality on beaches where they coexist. So we are concerned about Wainimi potentially repealing the dog ban and also animals. We have problems with horses too. Because even now with the dog ban on Wainimi and Ormond, we still have a lot of dogs. We have recorded, you know, in the past year, hundreds of dogs on Ormond Beach. And most of them do come up from Wainimi. And we believe that more dogs on Wainimi Beach would end up meaning more dogs on Ormond Beach. And as it is, we are struggling with chick mortality, and more dogs would be potentially disastrous. But despite all of this, under certain circumstances, we really would be willing to consider supporting easing of the Hueneme dog ban. In particular, we would be agreeable to having dogs north of the pier with a leash requirement. We wouldn't support dogs on the rest of the beach, and certainly not with our restrictions. I know that sounds like a good compromise, but as we just heard, it's done on Hollywood Beach, and that's one of the beaches we work on, and I can tell you it doesn't work. The only way to make that work would be to have someone there ready to give citations in those hours when dogs aren't allowed, because we see it all the time at Hollywood Beach. We would also look to see that Hueneme is willing to devote the resources to creating signage and helping with public education and providing personnel needed to enforce the leash law and cite dog owners when they go in places where they shouldn't be. We've seen this time and time again. Without enforcement, these ordinances really, they don't pack much punch. People will do, what they can get away with. So we would love it if we had a beach that we could send dog owners to that was safe and give them an alternative, which is why we're interested in potentially making this work if there's a way to make us do it. We welcome the chance to talk more with Port Hueneme if that's the direction you want to go. And I just want to thank you for the partnership we've had with Port Hueneme for the last couple of years, and we do really appreciate working with the city. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Stella.
Am I off now? Okay. Hi, I'm Stella Violano, and for several years I volunteered in wildlife rehabilitation in the Los Padres National Forest, and I'm currently a resident in Surfside. And I just wanted to point out, as somebody who's also observed many, many, many dogs on the beach, it's human nature, really. People want to have fun. People are going to do it. It's the same reason why we have to put sidewalks in the middle of beautiful parkways, because people walk across the plants. It's just human nature. And what I think might be the best solution, because I think our current situation is actually endangering the birds even more, because the only covert place to walk your dog is exactly where the birds are. If these people are insisting upon walking their dogs, the best way to not be in front of all the lifeguards and everybody is to walk right down where the birds are nesting. On the other hand, if any of you have ever walked all the way over to the lovely lighthouse, you may have noticed several thug cats that live in the rocks. They're from the pier. They hang out around the port, and they're in the rocks. And that area does not have any birds for obvious reasons. And it's just my opinion that to be able to offer some place where people can go, where they don't have to feel like they have to hide, behind sand dunes with little baby birds in them, it might be a really awesome solution. And that's all I wanted to say.
Good point. Okay, are there any other public comments that I don't see?
I don't see any other.
Receive a number of written comments.
Okay, so can we go through the written comments right now?
Yes, I have a few written comments. The first one, dear City of Port Hueneme, I have seen loose dogs chase and catch seagulls and pigeons on the beach and literally tear them to pieces. It is truly horrifying to watch. I have seen loose dogs poop on the sand with the owners doing nothing to clean up the mess with kids playing in the sand nearby. You can't depend on dog owners to abide by any ordinance you propose. I love dogs, but our pristine beach is not the place for them. Maybe develop the once proposed hotel site at the northwest end of the beach into a dog park, but please keep them off the sand. Finally, please give lifeguards authority to enforce the current no dogs on beach ordinance. Respectfully, Jeffrey Heeman. Greetings, council members. As you can see in the image I'm sending, I was unable to send feedback via the city website. In any case, I am unable to participate in tonight's city council meeting because of a time conflict, but I wanted to express my absolute opposition to allowing dogs on our beaches. I've seen too many irresponsible dog owners to believe that they would all pick up after their dogs when these dogs defecate on the sand. I would not want to be taking my family to play in a dog toilet. Also, I've seen too many dog owners who insist on their dog's right to roam freely without a leash. This threatens the snowy plovers whose well-being relies on remaining undisturbed. This unfetting of dogs also leads to them disturbing beach visitors who don't appreciate dogs approaching or jumping on them, not to mention the increased probability of dogs attacking other dogs or, God forbid, children and adults. Please, no dogs on the beach. Thank you for considering my views on this matter. David Magallanes. Esteemed Mayor and Council, I urge the Council to maintain the current ordinance restricting animals on Hueneme Beach. While comparisons have been made to other beaches that allow off-leash use, the examples are much larger beaches than our small Hueneme Beach. I lived near an off-leash beach at one time and can tell you that it invites floating feces, periodic dog fights, and fear for non-dog walkers wanting to stroll on the beach. With such a small footprint, let alone one trying to attract more tourism and opportunities for mobility restricted beachgoers, we should look at maintaining the public safety and cleanliness of Hueneme Beach. We are also adjacent to a snowy plover habitat that could be threatened by off-leash animals. Our city has been taking measures to analyze potential risk management situations. Surely this would present one in itself with how the city would address potential liabilities that loose animals on the beach could bring. As a small toddler, I was attacked by an off-leash German Shepherd, resulting in immediate medical attention. I would never want to see anyone have to go through an unwarranted and unnecessary animal confrontation for themselves, their child, or another pet. As it stands now, we do not enforce off-leash dogs running on the beach unless someone calls it into our police department. I empathize with dog owners and their pets and can certainly see the need for a dog park as one that was at one time suggested in one of our parks. In all scenarios for consideration, research should be done for the risks involved, costs involved, etc., to see if the public benefit outweighs the risks and costs. Thank you for this discussion. Juliet, Port Hueneme resident. Dear City Council members, as a resident of Port Hueneme and also a member of Friends of Ormond Beach, I would like to chime in on the idea of permitting dogs on Hueneme Beach. Not long ago, during snowy plover nesting season, I saw an unleashed dog running wildly on both Hueneme and Ormond beaches. The dog couldn't be stopped. A gentleman who was near me and said that he just watched the same dog maul a seagull on Hueneme Beach. The owner apparently was on the beach but didn't care that the dog was harming wildlife. I don't mind dogs on the north side of Hueneme Pier with conditions. First, dogs must be leashed at all times, not just during the snowy plover nesting season. There are snowy plover nests close to Hueneme Beach and chicks can't fly. Dogs like the one I described would be an immediate threat to one of these chicks. An unleashed dog such as this one could also be a potential threat to other unleashed dogs and to guests minding their own business. Next, a clear boundary must be set where dogs can be walked on the beach. Clear signage needs to be posted at the point where dogs are forbidden. These signs need to be written in Spanish as well as guests from Oxnard and all over Ventura visit Hueneme Beach. Additionally, there needs to be some type of informative piece to this plan. People need to be educated about the ways in which loose dogs can hurt protected and endangered shorebirds. Lastly, if the ordinance is not going to be enforced, why bother with the ordinance at all? Currently, the city ordinance forbids dogs on the beach, yet I see tons of dogs on the beach now. That tells me that there is little to no enforcement of the current ordinance. This lack of enforcement does not leave me with much confidence that Hueneme can be both a dog beach and a gateway sanctuary for the snowy plovers. Thank you for listening. Christina Zupko. The boundary between Hueneme and Ormond Beach is ambiguous, and many of the dogs that enter Ormond Beach enter from Hueneme. If the ordinance in Hueneme is lifted, we can reasonably expect an increase of dogs at Ormond Beach that will negatively impact endangered California least terns and threaten western snowy plover. What does the council plan to implement to prevent the crossings of dogs onto Ormond Beach? There has been over 100 dog incidents documented and recorded just last summer with owners admitting to being aware of the ordinance but disregarding it. Katie O'Dea. And those are all the written comments that I have.
Thank you. At this point in time, Councilperson Perez.
Yes, thank you. So I understand both sides. We have a beach that needs protecting and wildlife that needs protecting and people with dogs. So I would propose a compromise. I would agree to the far right side up against the rocks where dogs could be allowed. It's clearly far away from the Ormond Beach area and any wildlife or environment that's needing to be protected. A fencing could be put up, temporary fencing, obviously, because our beach erodes in that area. So it would have to be movable when we need to redo the beach. But I think we should find a compromise. People come to the beach anyway, regardless of our ordinance. They bring dogs on the beach. We try to put them in an area and give them permission to allow their dog to roam. That might alleviate some of the problem with people bringing their dogs illegally on the wrong side of the beach. And when it comes to enforcement, right now, the only entity that enforces or that is able to enforce our ordinances is our police. And I am not in favor of forcing them to enforce because it creates a negative police interaction with the community. And what happens when you give someone a ticket, it's just a citation, and they refuse to, the next requirement by the police officer is to take that person to jail. So I would rather not have our police enforce that. If we had other personnel in place to do so, I would like to alleviate the police having anything to do with that. But that's what I would suggest, a compromise on the right side of the pier up against the rocks with a temporary fence, maybe limiting certain hours or allowing them to be in that area only.
Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. I have a concern why this item has even been brought up. I know that we voted for it, but I don't see, I'm not sure if it was Councilman Martinez or Councilman Gama who asked for this item to be on the agenda, but we have a dog park outlined in the Parks Master Plan. And I don't know the thinking behind why it's on the agenda is, are we trying to find a way to allow dogs on the beach before we build this new dog park? Or are we talking about the new dog park that's already been designated for the beach, which is going to be constructed in a way that the items are controlled? Okay, you're going no, Mr. Gama, maybe you want to put your hand up and explain why this item is even here when we already have it outlined in on our Parks Master Plan. And then I have some other comments because I really would like to know the timing of this, what the reasons are that we're discussing this tonight.
Councilperson Gama.
Yes, this request was made by Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. I'm shaking my head because I am extremely frustrated with our lack of a dog park at this point. And no, there is no, it's in the master plan for our parks, but there is no solid dog park proposal on the table, which I find extremely frustrating because we had a group of people who were setting up their temporary little dog park and the city shut them down. And that was over 2 years ago. And all I've heard from all of us is let's have a minimalistic dog park. Look, everybody seems to want it. We even I collected $2,000 in donations and turned it back in because we couldn't get going. So in terms of the beach access, I'm ambivalent. I'm like, I love Jackson. I love taking him out up the walk to the lighthouse. In fact, during the Nami walk, we went to the lighthouse. He went after a cat, just about ripped my arm off, got his leash stuck in the rocks when he was running down to the water. And there's that perfect little beach for a dog beach right there at the end of the lighthouse. And he went down there and it's protected and it doesn't bother anybody. So I think that could be an alternative. But the problem, as I think about this, and believe me, I'm going to get in trouble. The beach is disappearing right now. It's more than halfway. Actually, it's almost 100% disappeared from the Six Flags to the lighthouse. And then we doing our weekly beach cleanup, we pick up dried stuff all the time from the dogs. I've seen so many dog owners who are irresponsible, pit bulls, mean dogs that they let run around. They think it's funny to chase the birds. But I do think a compromise would be nice. But then the problem with the compromise is that the beach disappears as it is right now. So for half of the 2-year cycle that we have with dredging, that area is going to be down to nothing. And like, you know, if we're going to put a fence up, then we have to remove it. And then the enforcement thing, I know for a fact the lifeguards, it's not their job. They're there to protect the ocean going people. So that kind of takes them out of it. And the problem that's been frustrating for me up until now is that there is no enforcement. There's no, you know, dogs aren't allowed on the beach and they're always on the beach. And then we have to look towards our neighbors, the city of Oxnard. City of Oxnard has a very strong ordinance of no dogs on the beach. So, you know, are we going to impact them? And then of course that's Ormond Beach. And so I think we need a dog park, a minimalistic dog park to start. And maybe we could come up, if we come up with an alternative that everyone could to live by, but it's going to have to need strict, strong enforcement. Otherwise, it's all for naught. And that's where I think I have a problem with moving forward, is because I don't think we have the will to strongly enforce the ordinance. And I think Councilmember Perez just made an excellent point. You know, we can't dispatch our police out to the beach to write tickets for, you know, the dog violations. And then the other problem is we only do that when a kid gets attacked, which happened last summer. And so, I mean, believe me, I took Jackson this weekend to Silver Strand Beach and we had a wonderful time and he loves it. Up in San Luis Obispo County, there's a dog beach. There's a dog beach in Santa Barbara. So anyways, I would love to do it. I think it's great. The however part is enforcement, logistics, and not infringing on Ormond Beach, because I see it out there so much where the dogs, and we see so many dead birds. I don't know where they're coming from, but there's a lot of dead birds out. And so I think it would be great if we could do it, but I'm not sure we have the will to do it right. And this discussion, the reason why I'm harping on the dog park, we need a dog park. We need a minimalistic dog park. We don't need a $350,000 dog park. We need a dog park. And we had people out there putting a temporary plastic fence who loved their little dog park, but we shut them down. So that's all I have to say on that.
Councilperson, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. To refresh everybody's memory, back in December when we were discussing ARPA funds, there was 2 dog parks listed. One of them was at the beach and one of them was at Bubbling Springs Park. And the first one that we voted on first was the one at the beach. And I was the only one that voted yes. And I wish that one would have passed, because the main purpose why I wanted a dog park at the beach was to protect the birds, not just the endangered ones. But the reasoning behind it is, if you give people a place that they can take the dogs at the, you know, around the beach area, then there's more of an incentive to not take your dog actually on the sand over there where the birds nest. You know, so that's why I really wanted it. But I know we were talking about money and, oh, well, we're already thinking about putting a dog park over here, you know, and so let me remind you, I was the only one that voted yes. Okay. I didn't take it offensive or, I wasn't offended, but I still wanted to come up with another idea of, okay, so what can we do to protect the birds? Because like Councilmember Perez mentioned, like, we don't want to put the police in that situation. Pretty much, I would want people to know, like, hey, you know what, you can take your dog over there, but please don't take your dog anywhere on this area. And I'd be okay with even that very small beach all the way at the end by the lighthouse. I think that would be a pretty good idea. I think we would need to probably make it accessible for people to get there because the rocks can be kind of, with the rocks, it might be kind of difficult to go over there. But that was the reasoning behind it. So hopefully that clears things up with Councilmember Hernandez. I think that it's nice that we're gonna have one dog park, but if we could have two, why wouldn't we have two, I don't think we should give, if we were to go through with this, I don't think that we should give the entire north side of the beach. I think like a small section would be, more than enough. I think if it was also like more towards the end, it would be an incentive for us to protect our beach. Like City Council Member Gama mentioned, the beach is eroding, even all the way by Six Flags right now. So that's my reasoning. I've been told that, we don't really want dogs on the beach because of to protect the birds, but the reasoning behind it is actually to protect the birds. And I know that some people don't do a really good job of, picking up after their dogs. So that's one of the reasons why I don't want dogs on the beach. But if we make it, like, hey, this area over here, this corner area is dog friendly, and we can just keep people there with their dogs, then I think that would be good. So that's my idea behind it. So I don't know if you guys have any questions. Councilmember Hernandez, I don't know if you have any more questions or.
Okay.
I do. I have some comments and some
Okay.
questions, but I see
Councilman
the attorney's hand up.
Councilman Hernandez, before you speak, Kevin, did you want to weigh in on something?
Yeah, and this is just a legal background to some of the policy things that the council is considering right now. And this might help guide your conversation. So we got a little bit of a education on the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as what a negative declaration and a mitigated negative declaration means. CEQA applies to all government projects, which can loosely be defined as pretty much any action a government takes. And anytime that there is any possibility of a consequence to the natural environment, it obligates a governmental agency to undertake an environmental review. That duty is much more strict when you're dealing with threatened and endangered species. Typically, it triggers an environmental consult with one of the agencies, be it U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Department of Fish and Wildlife, state level, National Marine Fisheries Service, any agency that has kind of endangered species oversight. So that being said, any consideration of a dog park at the beach will at least trigger initial CEQA review, which would be similar to what we see at Bubbling Springs. We would need to go out there, we would need to count the number of terns, we would need to count the number of any threatened species, including the snow plovers. We would need to determine what actions, if any, would affect their environment. And then you're not looking at a quick fix if the council is looking for a place to place a dog park real quick while the park's master plan gets implemented. As we've seen with Bubbling Springs, CEQA review is pricey and it takes a long time, and we're dealing with at least 2 threatened species here. So if the object is to get a dog park quick, the beach is not the place to do it. If the object is to change the nature and character of the beach for the community's enjoyment and time is not a factor, then perhaps we look at the beach as a place to to investigate allowing dogs and whether or not a mitigated negative declaration is appropriate. But odds are we would need to retain a consultant such as Rincon to undertake the initial feasibility studies, so to speak, to determine whether or not we could take action and issue a mitigated neg deck.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that help?
So, okay.
Councilperson Hernandez.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. Spalding. I really appreciate it because if we're looking for a quick fix, I can see that would be tied up in a CEQA process. And I don't know what the plans are for this beach dog park. Mr. Connors, maybe you could weigh in on this. And I just have to say, this is not just about the birds. It's about dog owners who don't clean up after their dogs. I mean, we have trouble enforcing that. We have trouble enforcing the leash laws. Our own council member let go of his dog on the beach, and you know, we can't be out there all the time enforcing people who just want to take advantage of a situation and let their dogs go. So I'd like to. We don't know if dogs, you know, once they're running around, you don't know what they've left behind. The owners don't always follow up, you know, and I know there are some very responsible dog owners out there, and they're very conscientious about picking up after their dogs. Here at Las Palomas, you know, it's really unfortunate, but the gardeners here have to pick up the dog poop that owners leave behind, and it's quite a bit. I mean, it's almost a third of a large trash bag, and I don't think that's a job for our gardeners, nor is it a job for our city personnel to clean up after other people. So it's taxing on the environment, it's taxing on our resources, and I like the idea of a dog park. And if we do it under controlled circumstances, I think it's fine, but we're just going to have to be patient and wait for this to happen. I don't think there's a quick fix for it. So Mr. Connors, if you could weigh in on what the plans are for this beach dog park, I'd appreciate hearing it.
Yeah. Before we get to that, I'm going to respond to what you just said. So, you know, there's a lot of feral cats out there, and I know there's a lot of people that support the feral cats out there. And when you're walking your and all of a sudden a cat appears out of nowhere, literally your arm could, I mean, Jackson pulled away from me and got away from me, and he ran over the rocks and he went down to that area. And that's where it hit me, like, this is a perfect place for a dog beach, not for redoing our ordinance. So you know, that's
yeah, I understand that. Councilman Dom, but your post on Facebook was not about not about that. So I'm just sorry.
Off topic, guys. We're getting off the agenda.
Yeah, well, you know, if you're going to make an allegation, I'm going to respond to it.
Okay.
And that's what happened. And so that's it.
I haven't got a chance to talk right yet on this, so I get an opportunity right now, and I just listen to things. I come from a generation where they didn't even allow dogs on the parks. Mainly it was because dog owners didn't clean up after their dogs, and they're afraid that little kids who also went onto the parks would, you know, not see the danger of that. So, in my profession, one of the reasons why they developed the whole concept of an enclosed dog park was to say that this is where your dog will go, where it's enclosed, where it's controllable, where if the dog poops, you know, they ideally will clean it up, but it's in one particular section. It came up, I remember when we all went for election a while back ago about whether or not the enforcement of smoking on the park. And I don't expect the police to enforce that. It's got to be something that's self-enforced. We can put signs up there, and we hope, and we've got little areas there for people to put their butts in, but ultimately it's going to be up to the people in our community to self-enforce themselves, whatever we end up doing. I'm not real high on having off-leash dogs off-leash on the beach, or for that matter, the park, because there's no way to control an animal. You certainly, once you let a dog off leash, I can see them running towards cats, birds, anything that dogs will naturally attract to. So I'm not too really high on it. If you're gonna have some kind of a, and then I'm not even sure whether or not there's some inalienable right to be able to have dogs be able to come onto the beach. I think the idea of having some kind of a dog park, and I share in the frustration that, this is a concept that we've talked about for a long time about having some dog park, and 3 or 4 years later, and we don't have a dog park. And I don't know so much what the holdup is. It seems like the community wants a dog park. We've had park and rec master plans that people want to have a dog park. And whether it's minimalist or maximalist, it should have been done, frankly, by now. I mean, we have the, and you don't think it is, but I can see in other places we could have fast tracked it, where a dog park, when it first came up, could have been done in 3 years. Obviously, there's some disagreement there. The beach itself is fairly small as it is. We're constantly running into a situation where it's eroding and we're rebuilding it. And I don't know, packing in a dog park, whether that's necessarily a priority with the community. I mean, families going down using it for the beach, we have a hard time keeping enough sand for them to be able to do that, much less adding more amenities like that. Wherever if we're going to do anything, it needs to be fenced in, because we really can't control owners or their dogs. So and if we were to approve everything, and I'm not too high on that, it would be as far away from where the natural environment of the birds are anyway, because there's no way, once you get them anywhere close, a dog can shoot out there and kill a bunch of birds pretty darn quickly. So those are my thoughts.
Could we hear from the city manager, please?
Oh, real quick, Mayor Rollins, can I respond to your fence comment? I don't know if you know what beach we're talking about, but it's like literally all the way at the end by the lighthouse, and I don't think you would even need a fence, because the rocks prevent people, like it creates its own little fence, the rocks.
Well, I guess the question would be, like, there's I know that little bike walkway to the lighthouse. Is that where you're saying, that little area over there?
Yeah, all the way at the end.
Huh?
All the way at the end.
Yeah. And my gut feeling is that people let their dogs run along that pathway and stuff like that. They won't wait till they get to that point to let their dogs run free. They're going to let them walk along where the bikers are and the walkers are and everything else. But, I mean, I may be wrong, but that's what I think human nature would be. Councilperson Hernandez, you had some comments.
Yeah, I was just hoping to hear from the city, our city manager, on what the plans are regarding the proposed beach dog park and this timeline. I think we are over anxious. Excuse me, I'm talking. You can ask for permission to talk when and be recognized by the mayor. Right now, I have the floor. So I wanted to know if the city manager could please go over the timeline for completing these projects. I know that we've been working on a lot of different projects that have also taken priority. These things take time. I don't think it's been 4 years. We didn't have the ARPA money 4 years ago or 3 years ago. So we have to be really careful what we're saying here. So can we give our city manager a chance, please?
No, I'm going to comment to that. While we haven't had the ARPA money for 3 years, it's been in the park master plan to put a dog park for a long time, and it's been
not more than 3 years. Our plan was just approved last year.
That plan was, but the dog park was added on to that.
Okay, I'm gonna say one more thing and then I'll defer to the mayor, if I may. All the negative reasons for not allowing dogs on the beach are present with the amount of feral cats out there. So, I mean, if we're gonna keep dogs off the beach, then we should also be concerned about the feral cats and waste, all those things, fleas, births, all that is a problem. And, you know, so it is difficult to walk a dog when there's cats and the dogs go after him. That's how Jackson got away from me. So that's something that we haven't discussed at all. But in terms of an alternative, I think the very top could be the alternative, and it could be manageable. But again, we have to manage it. We can't just do it.
Okay. Before Mr. Connors, before you talk, I just want to give Councilperson Perez a chance to weigh in, and then you can comment on all of our thoughts.
Well, I would just like to reiterate that this discussion on the agenda isn't about a beach dog park. It's about whether or not we're going to change the ordinance to allow dogs on the beach. So we keep discussing a dog park, but it's not really
okay. Good point.
Discussion should be about. But so I don't think a dog park has been planned for the beach, at least that I'm aware of.
Well, I don't think there's a lot of things that are not necessarily in a high stage of planning right now, it seems. Mr. Connors.
Thank you, Mayor. I will at least address the questions raised about the dog park status and some of the timelines, because you know, I think there's some misunderstanding about exactly the evolution of dog parks. The first indication of a dog park interest with 10,000 was applied in early of last year from the Community Benefit Fund. It was only $10,000. It was nowhere near, but we did some research and we did some analysis on what you know, what the requirements are. You know, unfortunately for city governments, we don't have a luxury not to include ADA, not to include risk and liability, not to include environmental as part of the due diligence in order to define, construct, and scope of projects of any sort, but in particular dog parks. The funding for capital projects was applied in 2019, and it was designed really to cover 3+ years. So there's no funding appropriated for dog parks at that time. The Parks Master Plan was approved in March or April of last year, and it was a plan and a roadmap which included 2 dog parks, one at the beach and one at Bubbling Springs. Based on that plan, staff prepared and prioritized and did outreach with regard to 2 separate, distinct areas of development. One was ARPA projects, where both dog parks were included, and one was, I should say 3, a parks grant application, which included the dog park at Bubbling Springs. And also, as a backup to both those, a 5-year CIP plan. All of those had the potential to be developed in 3 different forms of funding. So instead of committing to funding that the city would have to pay when there was other opportunities, we allowed the process for the grant applications to proceed. We did not receive those grants, and so the dog parks were moved into out of a good, I guess, concept of caution to make sure they were funded to some degree in ARPA. The beach dog park failed to proceed or receive funding for ARPA, and the Bubbling Springs Park was approved. It was downgraded from what was described in the Park Master Plan scope, and it is currently designed and planned by an architect. It was moved down or downgraded in priority for the snack bar, but it is designed and planned and connected to a community garden with our architect.
Okay.
I think I covered everything.
Just kind of chuckle every time I hear a community garden next to a dog park.
Okay, so are you saying that the beach dog park is no longer going to happen?
The beach dog park, although not approved in the
under ARPA,
it was and continues to be in the 5-year CIP plan. It's not funded. It's just established in a holding position in the 5-year plan based on priority. It exists in the FY 23-24 recommendations.
So Mr. Connors, we had a discussion about that earlier. Based on funding, staff resources, is there any kind of indication as to a timeline when any kind of a dog park might be available to the public?
There's one dog park that is in design and plan. I don't have a update with our architect. You'll get an update at the next council meeting with regard to one of these park projects, the playground, a final definition of scope, and the dog park will be soon to follow that.
Are we supposed to be talking about a dog park or the dog access to the beach? I think Councilmember Perez made a really good point. And
I don't really think, Mr. Mayor, may I speak?
To answer Councilmember Gama's question, the ordinance or the agenda item really speaks to whether or not we're going to amend the ordinance to allow dogs on the beach. While a dog park at the beach is tangentially related, a dog park off the beach likely is not.
So I guess final thoughts of whether we want dogs on the beach, assuming that there's not a dog park in the immediate plans.
I would like to see three alternatives.
Wait a second, Councilman Perez, raise your hand first.
What are we to do with this? Are we voting on changing the ordinance? Is that, or are we just discussing primarily?
Discussion.
Then I think Kevin, Mr. Spalding brought up some good points that discussing a change in the ordinance or allowing at a dog park sounds like it's going to be a lot more complicated than what we initially hoped with all the different agencies that will have to get involved with that. Will that also, Mr. Spalding, if for instance, hypothetically, if we were to consider a dog park at the far end over by the port property that they're referring to, would we still need all of those agencies to come in?
It's unclear. It would require at least the initial environmental assessment, which is a worksheet that you get from the state of California, so to speak. It's basically a questionnaire that you go through and you identify what you see. The fact is that we know that there are at least 2 threatened species present within the adjacent area. That alone triggers at least a heightened environmental review. So it's unclear. And we also would need to scope exactly what's being done in order to determine what level environmental review would be appropriate. So it's almost one of those things, absent specific council direction, I can't really give you a solid answer as to what it would look like.
Got it. Thank you.
I had a question, but Councilman Gauman, you go first.
I just would hope that we could look at some alternatives, look at the pros, the cons, particularly if we had a dog beach where the erosion and all those other issues wouldn't be a part. That might be one alternative, and then maybe have another alternative of changing the ordinance, and just look at the alternatives and then get serious about living up to enforcement, because without enforcement, I think this is problematic.
I guess I would piggyback on that a little bit. Right now we have an ordinance, you're not allowed to have dogs on the beach, and there's no, it seems from what I've heard today, dogs are always on the beach and there's no enforcement anyway, and there's no ability to enforce it. I'm curious, like in other communities, who actually does the enforcing of dogs on the beach if they don't allow it? I mean, it's obviously doesn't seem to be a real high priority. I have relatives that there's dog beaches relatively close by in Ventura County where it's okay if you really wanted to bring your dog onto the beach. So anyway, any further discussion on this? Because this is a discussion matter, or shall we move on?
Could we, in terms of a Brown Act or not violation, if I had an idea for a dog beach and I wrote a memo to the city manager and shared that information with 4 other council members, is that a Brown Act violation?
In your individual capacity, anything that contains your thoughts or feelings or your
now we're talking about feelings,
opinions on, well, I mean, in the sense of opinions of the matter on a matter of city business, then yes, you may not communicate with a quorum of the city council outside of a regular.
We can't share information.
No.
So the memo that I shared with Mike, how do we share information with council members then? We don't?
A noticed public meeting where it's on the agenda.
What we're doing right now.
Yep.
So am I gonna get arrested for sharing a memo with my colleagues?
I don't know specifically what
So
you've
is
done.
so if I said to the city manager, hey, take a poll to see if we could have a Zoom meeting instead of in-person meeting, that's not a Brown Act violation?
No, none of the other council members knew what other council members were thinking, and at no time did they communicate with each other.
So if
we do that to determine times for special city council meetings, and that's not a Brown Act violation.
Okay.
Okay.
So I would like to make some sort of motion where we still entertain the very end of the beach. And I mean, I want to know would Councilmember Perez, would you be interested in something like that? Because I'm willing to bet that Mayor Rollins would say no, and Councilmember Hernandez would say no too. So it's mostly like Gama and myself are interested, in making something happen, but if
I'm not against getting information and seeing what all is involved in looking at that. I mean, I think information is always good to have. So no, I'm not against.
And Councilman Martinez,
informing us.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, we already have an approved dog park that's gone through at some level.
Yeah, I don't know if I was the one that said dog park. I think I brought it up. I was like, because there was no dog park, this is why I wanted to allow dogs on the beach, but it was not putting a dog park on the beach. It's allowing dogs on the beach.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about like the very end. I mean, I don't know if you guys have even gone. Councilmember Hernandez, have you been all the way to there?
Oh yeah, no, I've been there.
Yes.
Okay, so just so that I know that you guys know what I'm talking about. So,
sure.
I mean, I think it's a really good idea. I don't know what else we need to do I mean, Kevin, what are we allowed to do in today's,
So the item seeks council direction if there's a majority of the council that wants to provide direction to staff. I've heard a couple of things. I heard focus on one particular area of the beach, and I also heard from a couple different council members a request for additional information so council could process and consider. So perhaps a motion would be to use the subject area at the northernmost part of the beach near the lighthouse, and for staff to research any and all environmental assessments, agencies that would be involved in such reviews, and any other obstacles
and costs.
Costs. And costs.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion on using that subject area as a potential change to the ordinance and allow dogs on the beach, and also do some research on how much it would cost and how would it change the city.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can you read, you two things. You're looking into the possibility of a dog park at the end of, or just that dogs could be at the end of the beach.
Yeah, and it's that small beach all the way down at the very
I know,
end.
past the rocks near the lighthouse, kind of. I know.
Yeah, it would basically not affect most of the beach, and then if we were to see people with dogs say, hey, there's a section all the way over there that we're allowing you to take your dog.
Okay. So we have a first and second to consider the area at the very end to be a place where dogs could roam. So we can we have a vote for can we have a vote for that for staff to look into that, I guess? Is that what you're looking at, right? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
No.
Mayor Rollins.
I'd say yes, I'd like to look into it.
Motion passes by majority 4-1.
Okay. All righty. Number 24, ratification and consideration of remote meetings pursuant to Government Code Section 54953E. Will staff please make a report?
Good evening once again, Mayor Rollins and Honorable City Council. This remote meeting, while it's new tonight, AB 361 should be old hat to the council members. Government Code Section 54953E, subdivision E is AB 361. And essentially what that allows is that allows the city to go into remote meetings in the event a local public officer recommends social distancing measures and a state of emergency exists. The meeting tonight, what the Brown Act requires is that within 30 days, the legislative body take action to ratify that action and vote on the remote meeting that's being held within 30 days. In addition, tonight, we received numerous information from our PIO, Scott Madelon, regarding the state of COVID infection in the county, as well as the rate of vaccination inside the city of Port Hueneme. In addition, my staff report at the time it was written, the most accurate information I had was back to May 23rd and May 27th. And so what we were seeing is, well, we're not close to where we were at the same times last year. For example, on April 10th, 2022, relatively recently, we had a lowest day possible case rate, positive case rate of 17. By April 11th, that jumped to 75 positive cases. And during May 23rd through May 27th, we saw 327, 305, 300, 231, and 114 respectively. In addition, we had, as a result of several meetings, we had a lot of city staff unable to come into work with positive tests or at least exposures. And it had the potential to significantly affect the city's ability to maintain its functions. That was one of the major impetus for going into remote meetings tonight. And given the fact that it's pretty clear that one meeting can pretty much waylay an entire city department. At least that's what we've found recently. We're asking the council that given the partial rise in infections and the fact that city staff is still recovering from this, and it's clear that this spreads pretty quickly throughout one meeting, we're asking for just a little bit of time. Perhaps the council consider another 30 days for AB 361. And once again, that would be based upon the findings that a local public official is recommending social distancing measures and the state of emergency persists. And with that, I'll yield to any questions.
Council comments.
I have no comments, but I'd like to move on approval for the next 30 days that we accept the staff recommendation and approve going remote for the next 30 days.
I'll second that.
Second. Can we have a roll call vote? Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
I mean, we're doing it for the good of everyone, right?
For staff. Staff are
I said
they're getting
everyone.
sick. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Mayor Rollins,
Yes.
motion passes by majority 4-1.
Okay. City manager comments and reports.
Thank you, Mayor, Honorable City Council. I'll keep this fairly quick. Thanks for indulging a fairly aggressive agenda. There's a lot of time-sensitive things, and I appreciate the discussion and rigor that the council applied to all of these elements. I would have updated on some of these projects. I think I've done that already. I just want to highlight that we outfitted Boca neighborhood with speed cushions. At the end of a process, escalating process in terms of mitigate some of the traffic issues there. But I also wanted to highlight one of the other teams besides the talent team, and that is the public safety team that is doing analysis comprehensive of traffic related issues, either based on citations and or a cause for service or complaints. And we are looking at investing in speed cushioning techniques and other mitigations throughout the city in a very proactive way. And this Boca event showcases that. And the other thing is tomorrow, the annual law enforcement Special Olympics torch run will start. We have our own team here. We're going to start at 10:30 down at the intersection of Ventura and Channel Islands. By all means, cheer us on. We'll hand off the torch at some place. I don't really know exactly, en route to Point Magoo. And a thank you to Detective Starna for organizing, putting this together. And with that, I turn that over to council.
Okay. Council reports. Councilperson Martinez, do you have any reports?
We're gonna be meeting up with Reach on Wednesday, and that's pretty much it. I'm hoping to also meet up with the city from Mexico, Puerto Vallarta, and hopefully establish a sister city connection. So, yeah, that's about it.
Councilperson Perez.
This is council comments and reports, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to ask, is our new city clerk still there? Did we scare her away on her first council meeting?
I am here.
So I have no reports, but I do want to make a comment. It was brought up earlier, and I just want to reiterate because it's important and we tend to forget that the Brown Act. So it's an election year that tends to create an increase in public displays of energy towards getting things accomplished. But I'd like to remind council that even in an election year, we have to be mindful and adhere to the Brown Act. That means refraining from responding to group texts and our emails that are supposed to be information only, not to engage in serial meetings by distributing written policy specific information. And for our viewing public, Brown Act means it prohibits serial communication that leads to communicating amongst the majority of its members of the legislative body, which means in our case, more than 2 council members. Communication includes oral, written discussion, sharing, or distributing information and on any issue that is within the subject matter jurisdiction to the majority of its members.
Okay. Councilperson Hernandez.
I just wanted to share that I did attend the Memorial Day event in Oxnard. It looked much like the event that we used to host in Port Hueneme. I hope that next year we can be better prepared to honor our people, our military who sacrificed their lives for our freedom here in our Navy-based port of Hueneme. So I was really disappointed we didn't have flags out. There were no ceremonies, and here we are at Navy City, and we didn't have any of that going on. But I was able to attend the Oxnard event. It was very well attended and it was a nice ceremony. I'm attending my regular meetings, VRSD, the Southern California Edison Gap meeting. They're releasing information on some cost-efficient measures to help residents reduce their electric bills. I'll be presenting that information in the next meeting. I also volunteered for Habitat for Humanity at the homes on San Pedro Street. It was a really nice experience. They're starting to get really close to finishing those buildings, so they're not taking any volunteers anymore, but those homes will be soon completed and we'll have 5 new families living there, which is very exciting. I know that Councilman Gama will probably report on the Sand Summit. The Beacon has selected a date for our Sand Summit. I'll let him address that. And I just wanted to echo Councilwoman's comments on the Brown Act. There was a violation of the Brown Act committed by Councilman Gama. And this is not the first time it's been committed. It's the second time. And you just have to we have to be beyond reproach when it comes to following policies and procedures, especially when it has to do with the Brown Act.
And I appreciate all the
sentiments. And I am not done talking. I have the floor. And I want to also remind you that you cannot send emails to us or text messages to us during meetings. That's the second time you've done that. You did that to me at another meeting and you did it just tonight. And you were reminded not to do that. So we need, please, you to follow the rules. Thank you.
Okay, so now that we're on the rules, I would encourage Councilmember Perez, Hernandez, and Mr. Rollins to report your gift from Kevin Spalding when we were in Sacramento. I reported it. I think Councilmember Martinez reported it, but the rest of you didn't. So
thank you very much, you, Mr. Anonymous, who submitted the complaint against my lack of filing.
Well, like you said, I have the floor, and it's important to follow the rules. And we discussed the rules.
Well, I just thought you might like to know you left something off your FPPC form also.
You can't pick and choose the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even know that was a requirement, and I've already amended mine.
We discussed it at dinner. All of us did. And Kevin said he was going to give us the receipt.
Okay. Any other comment? Any other council comments on meetings, other types of things instead of taking shots?
I went to the Smart Coast and presented on behalf of the city our unique situation with our sand and dredging. It was very well received, and I learned a lot about. Again, we talked about the Coastal Commission today and their 30,000-foot view, and same issue when it comes to sea level rise. The Coastal Commission has a different view than what other experts have. And so there's a wide gorge between the two views. And it causes a lot of problems for cities trying to come up with their sea level adaptation plans. So it was very insightful. The Coastal Commission had representatives there, and it was pretty cool to have a open discussion without people calling each other names where they definitely disagree on whatever science it is they're trying to represent. So looking forward to the Sand Summit, and we have it organized. I forget the date, but I'll share it with the city manager so he could share it with you so I don't risk going to jail. But in terms of violating the Brown Act, it's really frustrating here, and I'm trying to share information that I share that doesn't get out. And, I guess I could share it with all the public and you could see for yourself what I'm trying to do here is trying to make positive change. And so if I need to turn myself somewhere in to, face the consequences for this allegation of violating the Brown Act, let me know. But I think on the dog issue, I think it's important for us to deliver on what we all are trying to deliver on, and we've had a real hard time getting things done. And I hope to be able to celebrate some successes here in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, before I make comments, I see two more raised hands, wanted to add some additional comments. Councilperson Perez.
Yeah, I was just going to make one comment on something that happened this weekend, but now I have to respond to something that was, I didn't name you and wasn't planning on naming you or exposing you. And you decided to do that in a not too appropriate or professional manner. And I didn't intentionally do anything. I completely did not even realize it. And a courtesy saying, hey, I noticed that you did that. You should amend it. So instead of that, you reported somebody and they got a fine. We discussed it
at dinner, guys.
It doesn't matter. I forgot. I have never.
Well, you got to follow the rules. You got to follow the rules.
How about do a courtesy instead of being a jerk? How about be courteous? I wasn't going to name you.
You guys
had enough respect not to name you.
Point taken.
Anyway, this weekend there was a memorial for Ron Helis. About 500 motorcycles came through into Port Hueneme. It was a great event. It was beautiful to see. I wish we could have done a lot more, had enough heads up. But Oxnard went way out and above and beyond, and I would have loved to have been able to do something, at least offer them water or, I don't know. But it was a great event for anyone who was out there to see it, and looking forward to see it next year.
Okay, Councilperson Hernandez.
Yes, I just wanted to share with you the Sand Summit information since Councilman Gama didn't have it. It's Thursday, June 23rd. It'll happen on via remote, 10 o'clock to 11:30. And Mark Baylor did all the organizing. He is the one who put this together. And I just want to publicly thank Mark from Beacon for working so hard for us and doing this. He has already arranged Supervisor Ramirez and Julia Brownlee, Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, to attend. So I just want.
Okay. Before I get in my comments, it may be wishful thinking and maybe I'm a little naive, but I would like us all to kind of try to work together. I know we all have differing points of view and we have probably different baggage as far as like what we think of each other, but in the sense of trying to work together to improve the community, if we can try to refrain from some of this as much as possible, let's try to do it. I know it's going to be, it's easier said than done. And I know like when I get on, there's a number of things that if I get defensive on, I have to bite my tongue. And hopefully we do that a little bit. I attended the RDP 22 meeting. One of the big things that the Navy was talking about is how they were working with private enterprise to jointly develop solutions to different things. And I thought that was kind of a good thing that they worked together. Last week, I got a maiden ride on a hydrogen bus. We went down the route that goes down Port Hueneme, originates in Port Hueneme. These bus looks like any other bus. It's just that it emits water instead of fumes, and so that's the area that most likely Ventura County transportation organizations and in particular Gold Coast Bus is going to be going in the future. It leaves less of an imprint imprint on the environment because you have to dispose of batteries nowadays, and that's a big issue as to how they're going to be disposing of batteries. And this all it disposes of is water vapor. And also these new buses have little things that you can plug in and charge your phone, which I thought was kind of neat. Ventura County Transportation, the federal government with the ARPA funds and all of those types of things are putting a big emphasis on improving the transportation infrastructure. That goes down to everything from bike lanes to roads to vehicles, like we mentioned earlier, the hydrogen. So there's going to be a big emphasis on that over the next few years, and hopefully Ventura is able to take advantage of it. One of the things that we don't have in Ventura County that other counties have is they have transportation taxes set aside so that when these federal things come up, there's matching funds, and we don't have those matching funds in this county. And I know it's come up before, but it's never quite had enough momentum to pass. That's about it. Tomorrow I go to the REACH meeting. I'm sorry, Wednesday REACH meeting, Tuesday air pollution control meeting. Air pollution control meeting, we have a new executive director, Ali Gassemi. He's worked for the organization for 20 years, and he was selected as the new executive director as Laki Tisopoulos has retired. Okay, so as we move forward, any requests for future agenda items? Councilperson Perez.
Yes, I would like to request a staff report with information on putting together a wellness fair. I attended one in Fillmore that was put on in conjunction with the city government, and it partnered with the school district, and there was very minimal cost to the city. Everybody showed up that was involved in mental health and wellness, and it was a nice little event. I'd like to see something in our community with the same, and we can include a vaccination table.
Okay.
I'll second that. That's amazing. I like it. I'll second.
Yeah. And one comment, one of the things that's been made aware to us is the new REACH coordinator, Maya Zumaya. Us as a council have to decide what 4 projects, we want her to work on.
There's a motion.
So this might be something to consider.
Well, it doesn't cost anything, so it wouldn't be something that we'd need a nonprofit to do, because I spoke to a council member from Fillmore and it really cost them nothing. It wasn't something they had to pay for.
Excuse me, council members.
Aren't we on agenda? What are we doing violating the Brown Act here?
We're not in public session. We're in public session, Councilman Gama. And there was a motion and a second in this comment. So now we can go for a vote.
We have a motion, we have a second.
May we take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes, good with wellness. Okay, any other requests for future agenda items? Okay, at this point, I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 11:47. Thank you all.